You have to present identification, correct? But your driver's license, which most people use in the course of business every single day, is not acceptable. To vote, you have to present identification, correct? But your driver's license, which most people use in the course of business every single day, is not acceptable. What is acceptable is a passport. 50% of Americans do not have a passport. Those who want to obtain it so they can vote will pay $186 and wait 3 or 4 weeks for that to happen. Secondly, you can use a birth certificate, but any person who has changed their name as a result of a marriage or a hyphenated relationship has to find not only their birth certificate, but some correction of it to prove that they're eligible to register to vote. It's estimated that 9% of the voters in America do not have the identification required by this bill. It means ultimately that those people will not be voting. And I think that is the ultimate goal of this administration.
I just had a question for the ranking member. I've heard other people say this, but I heard him say it this morning that the Save America Act will disenfranchise millions of Americans. The legislation requires proof of American citizenship and a photo ID to vote. So I don't understand how it could disenfranchise millions of Americans, and maybe he would explain.
I'm happy to. Thank you for that question, because I think all of us should be aware of the fact of what is required by this act when it comes to registering to vote. You have to present identification, correct? But your driver's license, which most people use in the course of business every single day, is not acceptable. What is acceptable is a passport. 50% of Americans do not have a passport. Those who want to obtain it so they can vote will pay $186 and wait 3 or 4 weeks for that to happen. Secondly, you can use a birth certificate, but any person who has changed their name as a result of a marriage or a hyphenated relationship has to find not only their birth certificate, but some correction of it to prove that they're eligible to register to vote. It's estimated that 9% of the voters in America do not have the identification required by this bill. It means ultimately that those people will not be voting. And I think that is the ultimate. Name as a result of a marriage or a hyphenated relationship has to find not only to obtain 50% of Americans do not have a passport. Those who want to obtain it so they can vote will pay $186 and wait 3 or 4 weeks for that to happen. Secondly, you can use a birth certificate, but any person who has changed their name as a result of a marriage or a hyphenated relationship has to find not only their birth certificate, but some correction of it to prove that they're eligible to register to vote. It's estimated that 9% of the voters in America do not have the identification required by this bill. It means ultimately that those people will not be voting. And I think
That's why y'all can't hear me, because I'm backstage. All right, so look, let me start over, right? Now, oh, okay. There we go. God dang it. All right, cool. Good looking out. Now, look, check this out. Now, what I have to do is this, right? Let's go back. Let's play this back because I want to give you my commentary on it. I know you guys heard it, right? So my commentary is this. When you're dealing with this, when you're dealing with what they say is identification, right? What you're saying in identification is driver's license. It said it right there. A driver's license is not considered to be identification. It's not considered to be identification. On top of that, it's used for its course of business. You see what I'm saying? The last part when they're talking about that, that they say there's 9% of people, right? Not just in one state, in the whole North America. So there's out of the 70, 20 something billion people in North America, or whatever it is, 9% of that, right? So 10% is 2.2 billion. Drop a percent off that, you pretty much got somewhere around 2 point something billion people in America that do not have valid identification and are not able to vote. So, sister, Nadi, what's up, you guys? All right, peace. Appreciate you guys being here as always. So, if we're dealing with 2 point something billion people here, right? You want to do the math? Let's do the math. I don't know. What's the exact number? I'm saying 22 billion. I think it's 22 billion or something. I don't know. But just say 22 billion people. 10% of that is 2.2 billion. So you're talking about a little less than 2.2 billion people are here voting, getting money, getting benefits and privileges under the guise of the 14th Amendment, civil rights and other things, and just getting business loans, getting credit, doing all these different type of things without any proper identification. Having babies up over here, doing all the different type of stuff. Now, this is the government's responsibility, not mine, not yours. I'm just pointing this out. But these same people are being empowered to vote, to influence legislation, where money goes. Just like you had the Asian American type thing where they're getting funding, you got the Holocaust things that are going on. All these people are getting all these benefits and privileges and bread and this and that under these guys. So this last part, let's play the last part of what he said here. We'll go back to about 45 seconds.
Americans do not have a passport. 50% of Americans do not have a passport. Those who want to obtain it so they can vote will pay $186 and wait 3 or 4 weeks for that to happen. Secondly, you can use a birth certificate, but any person who has changed their name.
How many people knew that you could use a birth certificate as identification? How many people knew you could use a birth certificate as identification? What? Okay. You'll learn something here.
As a result of a marriage or a hyphenated relationship, has to find not only their birth certificate, but some correction of it to prove that they're eligible to register to vote. It's estimated that 9% of the voters in America do not have the identification required by this bill. It means ultimately that those people will not be voting. And I think that is the ultimate goal of this.
I just had a question for the ranking member. I've heard other people say this, but I heard him say it this morning that the Save America Act will disenfranchise millions of Americans. The legislation requires proof of American citizenship and a photo ID to vote. So I don't understand how it could disenfranchise millions of Americans, and maybe he would explain.
I'm happy to. And I thank you for that question, because I think all of us should be aware of the fact of what is required by this act when it comes to registering to vote. You have to present identification, correct? But your driver's license, which most people use in the course of business every single day, is not acceptable. What is acceptable?
Okay. So in the normal course of business, and it's not acceptable. So a driver's license is for your normal course of business. Don't forget that. So when you get pulled over, because I know I was backstage, I didn't bring myself up, but if you looking at that from a perspective of an advantage to you, being what he's saying is not a valid identification, then basically if you're getting pulled over and a cop is asking you for a driver's license, the question is what? What do you need a driver's license for? Not mine. A driver's license for. I need your driver's. I said, no, not mine. A driver's license. What do you need it for? If he says I need it for identification, then he's already lying to you. Check mark. Now, you say you need it for identification. Well, I don't think it's considered identification. Do you understand? Yeah, I was about to say, Your Honor, you understand, law enforcement officer, what a driver's license actually is by state and federal law? I'm gonna ask you again. Do you know what a driver's license is by state and federal law? Is it considered to be identification? And if he says yes, he's already lied. So that means he coerced you in that. Well, at this point in time, a driver's license, if I have one or not, is not relevant at this point in time because I'm not doing any business. I'm just traveling along the highway and byways to get wherever I need to go. This automobile, not vehicle, this automobile is not used for business purposes. So at this point in time, me providing you a driver's license or even asking me if I have one is pretty much irrelevant. Respectfully. Right? Okay. Now we'll see what is valid.
Is a passport. 50% of Americans do not have a passport. Those who want to obtain it so they can vote will pay $186 and wait 3 or 4 weeks for that to happen. Secondly, you can use a birth certificate, but any person who has changed their name as a result of a marriage or a hyphenated.
So what they consider to be valid identification is a passport and a birth certificate. All right. Any objections? Any objections? All right. So there's 365 million. Yeah, I was just looking that up. Okay. So if we actually look at what actually is considered to be 363 million, 363 million. Let's do the math here. I got my calculator up and we're going to share the screen and we're going to do the math. I know I'm petty like that, y'all. Minus 91%. That's 30,780,000 people here without valid identification. These are 9 people that don't even have a birth certificate. We ain't worried about the passport. We ain't worried about that. We're worried about the birth certificate. There's 30,780,000 people here in America without a birth certificate. Okay. So just want to share that with you. Now, let's get over here, right? So what I was talking about was this right here. This is what I want to get from welcome to the stage, aka Chief I Am. And from there, we want to get in. I want to get into this because we had a good conversation when we kind of first met in one of the spaces or whatever. And this was his introduction to me, knowing him. He brought up this public law 97-280. And then we're going to get into 27 CFR 7211 as well. And then we're going to get into some of these videos I've done, these pre-recorded ones, where we're going to get back into some of this information. And I'm going to do my best to try to tie it all together. Now, this is what it says. Now, if you see this public law 97-280, October 4, 1982. Public law 97-280, 97 Congress, 96 Stat, 1211, joint resolution. This is how joint resolutions look. If you want to actually get that, if you look up here, you can go to www.govinfo.gov and you can pull up all these different type of documents. It says authorizing and requesting the president to proclaim 1983 as the year of the Bible. Whereas the Bible, the Word of God, has made a unique contribution in shaping the United States as a distinctive and blessed nation and people. Now, we're going to take this line by line. Okay? We're going to take this line by line. Welcome everybody that's coming in. I'm looking at my phone. I got the full screen up, so I can't see the chat, but from right here, I will put your thing up there. Draco, what's happening? Dr. Juicer Radio, appreciate you first coming up here. Now, I mean, you being here for the first time. Hey, appreciate you stay here. Hit the like button, hit the unlike button, hit one of them thumbs and, repost it. Bring them on over here. So, and this says that whereas the Bible, the Word of God, has made a unique contribution in shaping the United States as a distinctive and blessed nation and people. Now, let's take out distinctive and blessed nation and people. Let's talk about the Word of God shaping the United States. Now, we know in Genesis, and maybe you don't know, maybe you do know, in Genesis it said, let the word, and it was spoken into existence, right? I'm just kind of going to paraphrase it real quick. We don't need to be literal, right? Let there be sun and the moon, let there be light, and this was the first and the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth day, all right? So the key thing is, right, this is a capital G. So in this capital G, that's considered to be a person, place, thing. That means that it is something that's moving. So the Word of God. Now, what is this God here? That's another question. And whereas the Bible, now, what Bible are they talking about? They don't mention a specific Bible. They just say the Bible. Right? So shaping the United States, right? Just like God shaped Adam out of clay and all that type of stuff. Is that what we're talking about? But they're paying homage to something or someone or some people. Second one, whereas deeply held religious convictions springing from the Holy Scriptures led to the early settlement of our nation. Whereas biblical teachings inspired concepts of civil government that are contained in our Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. Now, what they're saying right here is they're saying that their documents sprung from the Bible, the Holy Scriptures, the biblical teachings inspired that concept of civil government. And it's reflected in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. This is what they're saying. Let's keep going. Whereas many of our great national leaders, among them Presidents Washington, Jackson, Lincoln, and Wilson, pay tribute to the surpassing influence of the Bible in our country's development, as in the words of President Jackson, that the Bible is the rock on which our republic rests. The Bible is the rock on which our republic rests. So that means that whatever they're talking about preceded the United States. And they paid tribute, right? They paid tribute. Okay. Tribe is a short word for tribute. Tithes, tribute. Whereas the history of our nation, what? I got to share my screen? What the hell? Man, I ain't even sharing my damn screen. I read it to you, though, so you can hear it. Now, I'm going to show you. See, that's what I'm saying. My skills is kind of weak at this point in time and doing all this stuff at one time. So, you guys heard it. So you see what I read it clearly. I read it slowly. Now we're right here, right? So we're right here. So it says, whereas many of our great national leaders, among them Presidents Washington, Jackson, Lincoln, and Wilson, paid tribute to the surpassing influence of the Bible in our country's development, as in the words of President Jackson, that the Bible is the rock on which our republic rests. So what they're saying is everything that they do is based on the Bible. Okay. Whereas the history of our nation clearly illustrates the value of voluntarily applying the teachings of the scriptures in the lives of individuals, families, and societies. Whereas this nation now faces great challenges that will test this nation as it has never been tested before. And whereas that renewing our knowledge of and faith in God through Holy Scripture can strengthen us as a nation and a people. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled that the president is authorized and requested to designate 1983 as a national year of the Bible in recognition of both the formative influence the Bible has been for our nation and our national need to study and apply the teachings of the Holy Scriptures. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't know this existed. But to understand the whole process of these things, we got to understand not to be too Bible thumpy, Chief I am, is that this word of God that created and shaped the United States as a distinctive and blessed nation and people, they're trying to say that in one avenue that their birth created them a descendant or an heir to the bloodline of the chosen people, right? They're using a blessed nation and people. This is what they're saying. But nowhere in the Constitution they ever use people. In the Declaration of Independence, I don't see people. But this is an interesting thing that I would like to discuss in a little bit. Now, just bringing that out there, just something to have a thought about. I like the instances of where this conversation can go. You see what I'm saying? But at the end, they said that this is 1982, that they, going into 1983, that they needed to be there because it's going to be hard for them to keep it. Now, how was they able to keep it? Just like Benjamin Franklin said, you're talking 50 years later after 1933. It's interesting that they would put it in 1983, being that 50 years prior, they pretty much got all the different issues that happen as we talk about. Now, under the circumstances, let's get over here to, I'm going to share my screen and we're going to talk about a couple things that I brought in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a video that I played. It is going to help me out, and we're going to talk about a lot of different issues that we try to cover here. And I think a lot of people are still trying to get a clear idea how this ties in, right? I think you guys will like it. The first thing I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to pull up. I'm going to pull up 72 CFR 7211. All right. Now, we was talking about this yesterday. So 27 is 72.11. And what was brought to my attention, right? Right. Let me read this. As used in this part, unless the context otherwise requires, terms shall have the meanings described. Hold on, make sure that everything is straight. Let me make sure everything is straight. All right, everything is straight. So words in the plural form shall include the singular and vice versa, and words importing the masculine gender shall include the feminine. The terms includes and including do not exclude things not enumerated, which are in the same general class. ATF officer, an officer or employee of the Bureau, appraised value, the value placed upon seized property or carriers by the appraiser or appraisers. Carrier, a vessel, vehicle, or aircraft seized for having been used to transport, carry, or conceal a contraband firearm or contraband cigarettes. Vessels, vehicles, or aircraft seized under other provisions of applicable laws shall be considered personal property. Okay, so we got to focus here, right? Contraband firearm, contraband cigarettes, commercial crimes, any of the following types of crimes, federal or state, offenses against the revenue laws. I'm going to highlight that. Keep that highlighted there. Burglary, counterfeiting, forgery, kidnapping, larceny, robbery, illegal sale or possession of deadly weapons, prostitution, including soliciting, procuring, pandering, white slaving, keeping house of ill fame and like offenses, extortion, swindling, and confidence games, and attempting to commit, conspire to commit, or compounding any of the foregoing crimes. Addiction to narcotic drugs and use of marijuana will be treated as if such were commercial crime. A commercial crime. All of these are considered to be commercial crimes, not common law crimes, right? There's a difference. Now, revenue. Now, we're going to deal with what revenue is. We're going to deal with what revenue is. We're going to look up revenue. What is revenue defined as per 27 CFR 7211? Question mark. All right. Revenue is not independently defined, but part of the definition of commercial crimes. So revenue is a part of commercial crimes, is what this one's saying. But this AI mode stuff is dumb as a bag of rocks. I think they just don't have enough information intentionally. All right. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go to my Black's Law Dictionary. That's what we're gonna have to do. Go to Black's Law Dictionary. We're gonna have to go to Black's Law Dictionary. We're gonna have to look up revenue. We gotta look up revenue. So we get a clear idea what revenue is, okay? Revenue. Yep. I took a turn off the beaten path, but we got to do it. All right. So revenue. Here it is. Return yield as of land profit, that which returns or comes back from an investment, the annual or periodical rents, profits, interest, or issues of any species of property, real or personal income. Also, the income of an individual or private corporation. As applied to the income of a government, a broad and general term, including all public monies, which the state collects and receives from whatever source and in whatever manner. So we got something there. Got something there. So that there's your form. So all of those things are something that is to be collected, but it says the state. But what state is it? Is it the United States or the regular states? Who knows? Greetings, Lewis. Yeah. So the income which a state collects and receives into its treasury. Okay, so you got your point right there. And is appropriated for the payments of its expenses. Land revenues, public revenues, revenue bills, revenue law. Let's see what that is. Any law which provides for the assessment and collection of a tax to defray the expenses of the government. Now, let's read that again. Any law which provides for the assessment and collection of a tax to defray the expenses of the government. Now, what is defray? Put that definition in the chat for me, anybody, if you can look it up so I ain't got to jump around. All right. So, but look right here. The income which a state collects and receives into its treasury, not the Internal Revenue Service. This is where we got to understand how to read these terms. Internal Revenue Service. Those are three different words. Read it from right to left, Hebrew. All right. So there we go. So we got a pretty much good idea what that's about. Now let's go back over here to 7211. So what it's saying right here is any of the following types of crimes, federal or state, offenses against the revenue laws. So burglary, counterfeiting, forgery, kidnapping, larceny, robbery, illegal sale or possession of deadly weapons, prostitution, procuring, pandering, white. All these things are done to avoid paying revenue, paying taxes. That's pretty much all it is. But does this apply to you driving down the street, getting a license? If you got a license, you drive down the street, you didn't signal. You didn't signal when you turned right. You ain't got your seatbelt on. You did a California stop, but you look both ways, but nobody there. You ran a red light, but nobody's there. Make sure you look left, make sure you look right, nobody's injured. Bam, I'm out. Are these considered to be commercial crimes? Right? Under this definition, do these seem to be like commercial crime? Is that a commercial crime? The crimes that most people get are considered commercial crimes. Look, it says, and even the other stuff says illegal sale of or possession of deadly weapons. Don't say nothing else. But semicolon, prostitution, extortion, swindling, confidence games, attempted to commit, conspired to commit, or compounded any of the. But when it talks about drugs, narcotic drugs, and marijuana, it talks about addiction to it. That's a commercial crime. Don't say selling it. I'm just putting it right here. I'm not condoning anything. I'm just saying. All right. Now, if this is the case right here, right, in order for you to be in a commercial atmosphere in court, for them to run any type of commercial crime, you have to be in one of these categories. How do you address that? If you know what a commercial crime is, right? If they hit you with a charge, right? If there's a charge, if there's a penal sum or a bond on you that has a dollar amount on it, that's money. Based on this definition, right here. Revenue laws, any law which provides for the assessment and collection of a tax to defray the expenses of the government. And I'm tired of looking at that defray, and I don't know what it means. Defray. Okay, so what does it say? It's a verb meaning to provide for payment of or to bear the expenses of a cost, charge, or expense. Bingo, a charge. Everybody say, what's your charges? Yeah, I was charged with, and we don't even know what we're saying half the time. We're talking money. So if you pay off the money, right? Let's say, okay, what's the bond amount? What's the charge? How much it costs? What's the amount? Give me the amount. And I pay it. What else we got here? If we take it all out, so y'all can see my face. If you pay the amount, if there's a charge, and we know what a charge is, and these are revenue laws, and they've got commercial type of instances going on, and they say you was charged with X, Y, Z, you say how much it costs. Well, it's going to cost you $250,000. Okay, how you want me to pay it? Huh? Yeah, let me pay it. So there's no discrepancy. You see what I'm saying? There's no discrepancy in how this takes place. The reason why is because if you cover that side of the ledger, just going to use that word. If you cover that side of the ledger, what you have now is this. There's no controversy. That's the word I was looking for. There's no controversy. I paid it. Now, at the end of the day, they say, well, all you need is 10% of that right now. Okay, I'll put the 10% down. How you want me to pay it? Remember what we was talking about prior, what I was saying. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. Article 1, Section 8. You got the Indian Commerce Clause, and you got Article 1, Section 8. All debts must be paid in gold and silver. Now, if this is a commercial crime, then that means there has to be a contract. That means there has to be some business going on. That means what? It's a debt. there's an obligation going on, but it's under the circumstances of the Title 42, Section 1994, it is an indenture contract that is actually putting you up under a servitude position, voluntary or involuntary, right? So look up Title 42 USC Section 1994, peonage abolished. But if it's a commercial crime, and there means there's a number attached to it, that's the bottom line. Penal sum, charge. And if it's considered to be a revenue issue and there's a tax assessment attached to it, then that means I need to be in the place where it has jurisdiction, what you call subject matter jurisdiction. Then you got to be in a place where the subject matter jurisdiction is not just subject matter, but it's personal jurisdiction as well. You see? But never mind. All right, so look, if I pay that amount, what's left? Let's get back to that. What's left? Money's not an issue anymore. So if I cover that part, now we got to deal with the other aspect of it. Because people say crime. When you hear crime, you're thinking, okay, jail time. Somebody was injured. There's some issue that's falling behind this, right? So if there's an issue, then where is the valid? Okay, provide me a verified statement from an injured party with firsthand knowledge that I actually did a crime or what you consider to be a crime in the place of business, where the commerce is going on, right? Commercial commerce. Bring me a verified statement, right? Judge probably say, well, the police officer, I injured the police officer. The police officer was injured by watching me do that California stop, not signal, wear my seatbelt. The officer was hurt. Is that what you're telling me? Now, you telling me that officer is a real party in interest? Who's the real party in interest? I need somebody to come in and read and certify them charges. Read and certify them. I don't mind paying. I don't mind making a plea, but you're going to read and certify them charges first before I do anything. I don't have no problems. Remember, non-combative. You see? Non-combative. No issue. All right, that's the key. I don't have any problems doing anything. I need you to provide me the information that I need before I can make a conscious decision on what I'm going to do next. Now, based on what I see, prima facie, on his face, that there was a crime done that you're saying that I was related to. Not I did, I was related to. So if that's the case, provided there has to be a statement behind that. I need that police report. I need all my exculpatory evidence. I don't need to hear mens rea. I do not need to hear all these other type of things. I need to get everything in front of me before I can make a conscious decision. And there needs to be something in the meantime where in front of the magistrate that the thing need to be brought forward. Needs to be brought forward. What's going on, King Kong? That needs to be done. Nobody asks these things. They want to plead right off the top. But you plead. You try to whoop. But at the end of the day, there's nobody. I need that police report. I need that body cam. I need all of that. I need everything right in front of me. I need everything that makes me innocent. That is exculpatory evidence. EXCULPATORY. Now, there's something that's actually called inculpatory evidence that they have, that they keep in-house, that they won't show you. That is the 27 CFR. Now, this is my guess, my assumption, my theory that 27 CFR 7211 is what they got in the background. That they know this is a commercial crime. They know there's no injured party. They know they have nothing. All they're trying to do is see if they could contract with you. And that is done based off the stop. Once the stop is done, the officer is the first point of contact in this food chain that they got going on. And that officer is the one, bam. That's why you say, all right, bring him in here. I need that police report, because every police report has an affidavit at the bottom. They sign under penalty of perjury. Now in California, it's called Penal Code 118.1. False reporting, jail time, 6 months. Yep. Bye-bye job. Find something else to do. Think McDonald's is waiting. UPS, something. Police job done. You just lied. So with that being said, under the circumstances, once you get that absolutely accomplished and it is done, you'd be like, well, wait a minute, how am I going to pay $250,000? How am I going to pay $25,000? Like I said, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. If it's Clause 2. Article 1, Section 10, something. It says, all debts must be paid in gold and silver. Constitutionally, I have no constitutional way of paying any debt. So how do you want me to pay? Is there anybody that can help me out here to help pay this debt? Now, people be laughing at me, but I'm serious. I'm dumb as a bag of rocks up in here. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. Hey, but I do know my constitutional rights. I got my constitutional book right here. I got my United States Constitution book right here. I got my California constitutional book right here in my other hand. Here they are. Here's what it says right here. Debts are to be paid in gold and silver. Fourth Amendment, right? Right to proper search and seizure and all that type of stuff. Fifth Amendment, right to not self-incriminate. The Sixth Amendment, the right to face my accuser and know what jurisdiction I'm in. You got to provide that. The Seventh Amendment. Huh? I have those things. Those things. First Amendment. I have all these things in place, and I can do this without any issues. Without you. If you trespass upon me to get past that protective shield that I have, which is equal protection, you went past your oath, your bond, and you went past the fact that you are now working against me, and you're working against that sign on that car that says to serve and protect. Now, I need to know what that sign actually means. Who are you serving and who are you protecting? Obviously, it ain't me. You got your hand on your pistol, ready to flip it up and do something. You got your other hand on your baton or on your taser. Am I your enemy? You understand? A simple conversation. Nothing complicated about that. That person across from you is a man or a woman, eat, sleep, shit, just like you. You got it? This is what we got to know. Now, I understand. You got to know this. And you can't let the game get too fast for you. You got to slow down and slow them down, because that's all the hustle game. In order to get you to sign that thing on that dotted line, and when you come up in court, that's what they got. The evidence is that that's what they got. They have a signature. They got an ID, or what they consider to be an ID, called a driver's license. Now we know it's not an ID. Per Senator Durbin, he said that. I didn't say it. He said it. But under the circumstances, this is what we have. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put a period on that. We could talk about that later when I put the link in there. But I want to play a couple things. And I want to, where is it at? Let's go here. All right, we're gonna come back. And I'm gonna play these videos I did, and I'll stop in and we'll get at it. Hope you guys appreciate that. I did these a while back. They're on the channel. This is very good. This one is called Collections in Title 18 and 42, etc. Okay. All right.
We have something we could go into detail with that. I'm not going to go break that thing down. But when we deal with color of law, it's something that is presented as law, but it's kind of not actual law. Okay. It is to pose itself as something lawful, but it's not. So some of these codes, statutes and codes and things like that are utilized to circumvent the Constitution. That's why you have things like writ of prohibition, writ of mandamus. You also have where you have constitutional challenges to see if any of these codes that have been enacted by legislation on the state side or on the federal side are something that is intended to intersect or circumvent the Constitution. Right? A lot of people have gotten these agencies and departments and governmental entities have gotten lazy because they're relying on these codes and then allowing companies to dictate what these codes mean, irregardless of if it's in violation of the Constitution or is going to infringe on somebody's constitutional protected rights. So, right. So here's a code that a lot of people might not be familiar with. Right. This is Title 42 USC 1994, peonage abolished. Right. Here it is right here. It says the holding of any person to service or labor under the system known as peonage is abolished and forever prohibited in any territory or state of the United States. And all acts, laws, resolutions, orders, regulations, or usages of any territory or state which have heretofore established, maintained, or enforced, or by the virtue of which any attempt shall hereafter be made to establish, maintain, or enforce directly or indirectly voluntary or involuntary service or labor of any persons as peons in liquidation of any debt or obligation or otherwise are declared null and void. So remember that. Now, if nobody's known about this code is basically saying that there was a time where involuntary and voluntary service was permitted in regards to payment of debt. So they can actually put you in voluntary or involuntary. You come peacefully or we'll drag you. Right? So directly or indirectly, it will be something that is to be considered null and void. So we established that debt has been established as voluntary servitude and penance. So let's Pause this.
Now, that's the code right there that I was talking about. Now, if this is actual fact, right, and it says debts, right? So this is Title 42. Title 42 is usually was created the civil rights and all the different things that was happening. This is actually for, naturalized citizens and other people as well, including us, in regards to civil things. That's why it's talking about liquidation of any debt. So if anybody's trying to collect something from you, voluntary or involuntary, right? Let's just deal with voluntary, even voluntary, right? To maintain or enforce directly or indirectly, right? Voluntary or involuntary service or labor of any persons as peons in liquidation of any debt or obligation or otherwise are declared null and void. So when we talk about obligations, when I was talking about mortgages and debt and all these different issues, it's abolished. So if you're sitting on a 30-year mortgage, and you're sitting on a 5-year, I would say that's a car loan or anything like that, anything with a maturity over a certain period of time that you are held up under that contract from, and there's no way to get out of it because the principal is not due until maturity, 30 years, and you're paying interest only, that's peonage. It's a service or labor that you're laboring, right? You got to keep the house up. You got to pay the bills, pay the taxes. You got to make sure everything is working. You got to work to do all these different things. You're laboring to pay these people, pay these companies that have no stake in anything based on the fact Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2 said you can't pay any type of debts or anything in gold and silver. So you can't purchase a house in gold or silver. You can't purchase a car in gold and silver. You can't purchase a bag of potato chips in gold or silver. A loaf of bread. So if that's the case, this is something special. People always go to Title 42, Section 1983, 81. They look at all those things and so on and so forth. 42 USC 2000D. But they never look at this. You feel me? You feel me? You hear me now?
All right, so here, right? So as we were right here on the peonage abolished, right? So as we state right here, this is showing the um, fact that this involuntary, this peonage, these peons and all this stuff was actually used in the involuntary or voluntary uh, um, commitment or the voluntary agreement or involuntary agreement to provide a service or labor, right? And it was abolished. And all these things were done in liquidation of any debt or obligation, right? What I'm going to do at this point in time is um, I'm gonna stop sharing real quick. I'm gonna go pull this thing up. Let's go to we're gonna go to Article 3 of the UCC, right? You can pull these things up. Now let me come back to the share screen. Uh, we're gonna go to payment. Okay. So here's payment. Go to payment. Okay. So here's payment, right? So in payment, it states, right, subject to sub
Now, if we're looking at some of these things, I paused that and I had myself on mute. What I said was that if you actually look at Article 3, right? We're dealing with commerce. Remember, 27 CFR 7211, right? This is the Uniform Commercial Code. 27 CFR 7211 gave an item of things that are considered to be commercial crimes, right? In violation of revenue laws. So that means there has to be a contract, because the Uniform Commercial Code is also considered to be contract law. All right.
subject to subsection B, an instrument is paid to the extent payment is made, one, by or on behalf of a party obliged to pay the instrument, and two, to a person entitled to enforce the instrument. To the
Now, remember it said obligation, right? When I read the definition of defray, when we was dealing with revenue laws, it said provide for the payment of or to bear the expenses of a cost, charge, or an expense. Okay? Keep
extent
this
of the
in mind.
payment, the obligation of the party obliged to pay the instrument is discharged, even though payment is made with knowledge of a claim to the instrument under section 3-306 by another person. So right here, to the extent of the payment, the obligation of the party obliged to pay the instrument. But if the obligation of the party is paid, who is it paid to? It has to be paid to somebody who is the one entitled to enforce the instrument.
Now, if we're dealing with situations and you're dealing with court, right? We're dealing with court and it's a commercial crime, and you got the Uniform Commercial Code, you got payment. You got payment. Then what else is there that they're doing behind that? That thing that they're doing in court. So what they're saying, once they get in there, your first point of contact, right? Law enforcement officer, LEO, law enforcement officer, right there. Bam, that's your first point of contact. Then you get to the DA. Now, the DA has something going on. Now, that's a federal code. 27 CFR is Treasury regulations. Code of Federal Regulations are Treasury regulations. Treasury regulations is what you got that governs revenue laws as well. Those are considered what you consider to be revenue laws. It's Treasury. But right here, we see something that's dealing with payment under Uniform Commercial Code. This is something different than Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2, who actually states how debts must be paid constitutionally by constitutional means in the United States. All right. So this person entitled to enforce it, right? This person entitled to enforce the obligation to pay the instrument, right? Party obliged to pay the instrument. Now, what is that instrument? You see how complicated this shit is? It's complicated. Oh, what's the instrument? People just, man, I give up. What's the instrument? It's the charge. Whatever it might be. You see?
Okay, now we're going to go back and we're going to go to 3603. All right. So it says, if tender of payment, right, of an obligation to pay an instrument is paid to a person entitled to enforce the instrument, the effect of tender is governed by the principal laws. B, if tender of payment of an obligation to pay an instrument is made to a person.
Now, the last part, because I jumped to the B section, but it says by principles of law applicable to tender of payment under a simple contract. So that means there has to be a contract of some sort that is already established. Now, what would you consider that contract to be? Is that contract the ticket? Is that contract the driver's license? Is the contract the registration? The tags on the back of the car? What is the contract? Is it the application that you filled out to get the driver's license, to get the registration? What is the simple contract? That's what we need to know. You need to know. What is a simple contract? But right here, it said 27 CFR 211, I just read, says that it didn't say all crimes are commercial. It says these specific crimes are considered to be commercial crimes. Okay.
To enforce the instrument and the tender is refused, there is discharge. Okay. Now, what you got to see in this matter is what is considered.
Now, so let's say you tender payment. And yesterday I showed what tender was. I gave definition of tender in UCC. I mean, not UCC, in Black's Law Dictionary, what considered to be tender. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just go straight to the search and we'll look up what tender is in a second. Okay. But what I want to show you is the connection. We have been actually doing things improperly and they know it. They know we're doing these things improperly. They know they got us under these fear tactics of, you know, you've been charged with a crime, you get pulled over, your seatbelt, this, that, and the other. You know, you got the police officer with the gun and the badge and everything, with the taser and the baton and all that shit, looking crazy at you. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Acting. Putting on a facade like it's something that it's not. See, this is where things get to speeding up for a lot of people. They don't know how to be cool. Ask the question, play dumb. You don't know what's going on. You just drive. Hey, you could have just took the seatbelt off to go reach for something in the back seat. You don't, and then you forgot to put it back on. Hey, man, you probably forgot to hit the blinker. You know, changing lanes or making a turn. You forgot. Ain't that big of a deal. Nobody was hurt.
To be payment. Now, what is payment here? Let's go. What is payment here? Let's go to definition. This is the definitions regarding this article 3. They don't have a thing for payment, but they do have a promise. Promise means a written undertaking to pay money signed by the person undertaking to pay. An acknowledgement of an obligation by the obligor is not a promise unless the obligor also undertakes to pay the obligation.
Now, in the circumstance what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with a ticket, being pulled over, whatever it might be, under any circumstances, right? Remember, commercial crimes. So pay. A promise. So a written undertaking to pay money signed by the person undertaking to pay. So when that officer plucks you out a ticket, there's your name and all that stuff there. Most of the time they be writing it in all caps. They abbreviate things, so on and so forth. They say, sign here. You say, well, I mean, do I have to? No, but if you don't, take you to jail. Okay, no problem. No problem. Yep. All right. You just threatened me. You telling me I ain't got to do it, but I better do it. So as a promise, that undertaking to sign, right? That written undertaking is that ticket. You signed agreeing to pay. So once you get that in yourself in that situation, right? You got to remember this is a commercial transaction. It's an offer. Yesterday we went over offer, acceptance, counter offer. Right? That's what we went over. Look at it from that perspective. It's simple. If you handle yourself properly, you can get through it through the whole gamut. You get through the whole gamut free. Because you got to eventually end up over here into court, where most of the time, if it takes that, you want to get there so that you get there for that remedy and to get clarity on what's going on and possibly get that law enforcement officer fired. Number two, possibly get him arrested for filing a false report. Then on top of that, if the DA picks it up and wants to execute it, then you have that too. It just piles up because you know that it's a commercial crime. At the end of the day, how much it costs? What's the charge? What's the discrepancy? Oh, I signed? Yeah, I signed because he forced me to sign it. If you see right here, I put TDC down. I put the other thing down where I'm having an issue. You see? Now I'm gonna go up here. Gonna come off of there. What up, Shaq? What up, Shaq? I'm gonna do this last one right here, Shaq, and then I'm gonna open up the panel. Do this last one that I did because I want to talk about a couple things. Where is it at? Where you go, Shaq? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? All right. Come on back, brother. Just hit me in the all right, so we're gonna start off working with going over this trust situation, contracts, all different type of things. We're just gonna try to pull this together, and we're gonna get somewhere. Where? I don't know. All right, so sets the KV. Right. So by that definition, this is what they have. You can read that right there. So it's a legal term for an individual who is the beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy with rights to property and the income and profits that the property provides. SSDK trust is the person entitled to an equitable rather than legal trust in the estate's assets. Okay. So let's get into that for a minute. So pretty much everybody knows you have a lot of these things in your everyday life: trust, insurance policies. Yeah, so we could say a deed of trust or an insurance policy, which you have, for a car or whatever, title insurance, um, homeowners insurance. So this is telling you in these things, the individual who is the beneficiary of these things is who, right? So that's the key question. Now, the concept is also used in modern life and health insurance policies. See? So you will be that beneficiary then. So you will be that says the KV, right? He who lives, right? If you got limbs, you're living. Paperwork, corporations don't live, right? So where it says the KV is an individual whose life measures the duration of the insurance contract. Okay. So right here, they say they're measuring the duration, right, of your life, right? So they're measuring your life, and it's covered throughout the duration of the insurance contract. Now, you notice what Trump did, right? He has this new thing, and you can actually see it when you file your taxes, that he has where if you have a newborn baby, you can actually contribute $1,000. They will contribute $1,000 to your child. And that $1,000 would actually gain interest over the period of time. It will gain interest over a period of time. By the time that child is up and it's 18, 21, ready to go to college and all that stuff, it would accrue $1,000 times 18. That's $180,000. Or is it 18? Wait a minute. 18,000. That's $18,000. If it's $1,000 per year, and then you can actually pay more into it. Let's say you get refunds and things like that. You can actually pay into that, and they actually cover all of that and hold that in place. Now I'm like, wait a minute. We've been talking about this for a long time, but everybody say, oh, that's a sovereign citizen stuff. How your birth certificate got this and got that? What do you think it's getting based off of? This information, the Social Security and all that, what do you think these are? And he just said it. But they actually acting like he just created it. He thought of the idea. No, he's making it public. He is showing you this is what the system is supposed to be about. Now, what he's saying is he's actually saying you can tap into it now. We're not going to stop you. We're not going to block you under the sovereign citizen banner. You can actually get it done if you know what you're doing. So if that's the case, what are they basing that off on? And it's only good for people that are born here in America and considered to be United States citizens or naturalized or have birth certificates and Social Security cards. It's the only way you're going to be able to get it done. Well, see, at this point in time, the fear mongering is so cold and so out of bounds that people can't even see the trees from the forest, especially our people can't see the trees from the forest on this shit. Best thing for us to do, hey, they the law. Hey, man, they going to do what they do anyway. Might as well just go on and do what we need to do and so on and so forth. That's the key. You see what I'm saying? Give me a couple minutes, Shaq. I'm gonna get through this real quick. But Trump just made it public. But what this is saying right here, what I'm showing right here in this pre-recorded video that I did, is showing that it's basically saying that what? Let me read it. The concept is also used in modern life and health insurance policies, where sesticate V is an individual whose life measures the duration of the insurance contract. Now, if you were in the other videos I showed, when I showed you the 709, that actually that there is a basic credit amount, there's an annual exclusion amount, and there's an exclusion amount that's about 13 something. Like this year, it's 19,000 on the annual exclusion on the gift. There's like it's like 13 something million on the exclusion amount, and the basic credit amount is about 6.5 million dollars. That's connected to a 709 tax return. It's called a United States gift tax return. It says gift, and they have in brackets or generation skipping transfer tax return. 709, and it's embedded in the form. You remember when Trump said, when Clinton, Hillary was talking about you don't pay your taxes, he said, well, why he only owes $750,000. He's $750. He said, well, I prepay my taxes. That's why I only owe $750. So I prepay my taxes. But if it's connected, what are you giving in the 709 or any of these tax returns? You're giving your social security number and your date of birth. Those are the two things they need. They need to see where you're domiciled at. They need to see what your citizenship is. Right on the 1040, it's a little different. They just want to know your address because that's an individual tax return, which pretty much deals with business. You see, self-employment, small business type of atmosphere. But it also says, in these contracts, sesticate V is known as the policyholder, number one, insured, number two, or policy owner, number three. One of the three. You all three of those. That is the trustor, trustee, and beneficiary. That's what it means. Thus, while the term refers to the beneficiary of a trust or estate, you hear me? It often refers to the insured and not the beneficiary of an insurance policy. All right. Now, above that, it says that well, let's get past that. Let's keep going. Okay. These contracts, sesticate V is known as the policyholder, insured, or policy owner. Thus, while the contract life and it's covered throughout the duration of the insurance contract. So right there. So where sesticate V is an individual whose life measures the duration of the insurance contract. Now, how can you measure that? In what? Because we only deal with zeros and ones. We deal in numbers. Remember, Article 1, Section 10, not there. Birth certificates, Social Security Act, all these things, these licenses and certificates and all the things came in during the New Deal. Some came prior to 1933 and 1918 and all this stuff where they started making these changes when the Great Depression came in, when they started robbing all these banks. And there you go. What measures that? Now, if I could, I would. I'll show you an example, but I ain't going to do that. You're going to have to sign up for that. I'll show you. And it's measured. And there's a maturity date on it. And it's gaining interest. Okay. These contracts, sesticate and not the beneficiary of an issue, are the beneficiary of that. So this is 9-102, the Uniform Commercial Code. So we're going to come down here to certificate of title, right? So you see it right here, certificate of title. So it says a certificate of title with respect to which a statute provides for the security interest in question to be indicated on the certificate as a condition or result of the security interest obtaining priority over the rights of a lien creditor with respect to the collateral. Now, I brought this up because I'm going to skip around. I brought this up because if you got a certificate of title, if you got a car, you got a certificate of title. Now, if you actually pull that certificate of title out, you actually will see something that's identical to a certificate of live birth. It's blue. It's got the little fringes on it. It's the same thing. And when you look at your birth certificate, it says either birth certificate, depending if you got the short form or the long form, it says certificate of title. But instead of title, they have certificate of live birth. I'm just giving the examples. Over here, I'm gonna make sure that it's not outside of your reach. Not outside of your reach. It's got to be within your reach. Why? Because these instruments are attached to you purposely, but be able to utilize it, not make it a ball and chain. The term includes another record maintained as an alternative to a certificate of title by the governmental unit that issues certificates of title. If a statute permits the security interest in question to be indicated on the record as a condition or result of the security interest obtaining priority over the rights of a lien creditor with respect to the collateral. Now, what it keeps saying is security interest. You know, we all grown folks up in here. We know what a security is. We ain't talking about a security guard. We're talking about securities, security interests. This is what it's talking about here. So certificate title is right. But first, what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to this definition, right? This communication in regards to donor donee, right? Just a simple conversation I had, right? But first, what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to this definition, right? So here's a donor. Okay, the party conferring a power, one who makes a gift, one who creates a trust. He gives lands or tenements to another entail. So a lot of people think a donor is just something that is just, you're just donating something, like giving it away for free, but actually it has a lot more power than what the common definition is, right? So we go up here, we see what a donee is. So on the opposite side, one to whom a gift is made or a bequest given, one who is invested with a power of appointment. Okay, so the appointment, the party executing the power. So that's what you have in regards to that. There's other ones, donee beneficiary, right? And that's what a lot of these things are. A lot of these contracts that you get in are third-party contracts by these servicers. That's a whole nother conversation. So you got donee beneficiary, you got donee of power, right? This donee of power, people think that they're the ones with the power. No, they're the ones that have been appointed power to do such a thing, right? So right here it says the person to whom the settlor or donor of a power of appointment gives such power to be exercised, a donor-donee relationships, in what we call the ors. All right, so what So what I'm trying to get at is in every form of fashion of what we deal with today, more evident today, is all contractual. It's all contractual and it's all commercial. Based on things like Shaq, you just kind of got to the channel, but you know, I've been showing that a lot of these things based on the Constitution and the suspension of some of these articles and how they circumvented it, bankruptcies, that they actually have not been operating constitutionally, that have been operating administratively in order to put the people in peonage and to put them in positions of a peon. On top of that, it's been done involuntary. People think voluntary is not even in place. It's really have been done involuntary, where people are thinking that it's one thing, but it's not being done. They say, well, this is voluntarily being done. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. No. We're not talking about the law. We're talking about contracts. In a contract, you have to be forthright and give full disclosure. We have contract law, consumer law, they run parallel. That's it. You see what I'm saying? All right, jump on in, Shaq. What's going on, my brother?
Peace. What's going on with it, man?
Hey, man, what's going on with it? Just this is what we do here.
Uh-huh.
Yep, this is what we do here.
Yeah, this is the first time me tuning in, man. It's crazy. It popped up in my algorithm. I was out and about.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm looking at the name, and then I said, oh, let me click on it and see who that is. Who that is.
Yeah, it's me. So what you think, man? What you think? You got anything you want to add to it? Any pushback? What's happening?
Yeah, you mentioned something about the contracts, man. That's what I was talking about the other day, yesterday, when we was talking about talking to Batman and about the contracts and the word con shit. But
Yeah. I heard that. Yeah, y'all was up there battling. Yeah, that was
right.
hey, I never heard it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just to me, it would just seem like it'd be deceptive on his face because first of all, we're trying to understand who's the original people who really, like you said, who signed these contracts, who authored them, who signed them. You know what I'm saying? Who authorized them? You know what I mean? And when you said the Constitution, I'm like, to me, the way I interpret it is tricky because if each state now constitute their own constitution, you know what I'm saying? Constructs their own constitution. What does that really leave the Constitution for as the authority for it?
Right.
How do you feel about that conversation? About that?
Yeah, no, real talk. Now that's what I'm saying. You said it's part of the authority. So okay, so expand on that a little bit. Expound on that. What you mean by authority? The authority aspect of it. What do you mean? Like they lost, like it has no authority, or what?
Yeah. Who has the authority? Because like you said in the preamble and stuff like that, right? It says the people, we the people. Now, who is we the people? Far as we talking about, far as the U.S. Constitution. So, but how does that apply to the state constitution? Does the state constitution represent all the people, or does it represent the authority? Who's the authority of that? The author of the state constitution, not the United States federal constitution. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Because and this is where it talks about the people, but the Constitution don't have people involved. It's always talking about persons. It doesn't mention people. It doesn't really mention people outside of the Declaration of Independence. So that means these people that say we the people are not subject to what persons will be subject to being enumerated and being counted and being taxed. You see what I'm saying?
So persons can be taxed, but people can't. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
People.
Say,
Okay.
you remember Biden said, remember, we the people are the government. He said that.
Right.
You heard he said that?
Yeah, he did say that. Mentioned
He
something
said
like that,
it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden also said, and he also said that the Constitution ain't nothing but a piece of paper.
He said
He
that
also
too.
said that too. I mean, I'm just saying, what
Mm-hmm.
cause see,
See what I'm saying?
because I know people go back to the Constitution. I'm like, okay, we do. And when the way I comprehend it, I'm comprehending it, and I mentioned this before, when we talk, that it was a template, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like they took the template from the Iroquois and they conformed their version of what, because they say the Constitution is the what?
The supreme law of the land.
The law of the land, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, but if they see, that's what I'm saying, man. These conversations, if they dubbed it from the original people, should we? I mean, I don't know, man. Should we reference back to the original, like the Iroquois, their constitution, and some of these other confederations? Because, like I was saying yesterday, all the other confederations got consolidated into the actually one federal confederation, right? Would you agree to that?
Right. All the now it's kind of evident now that
Mhm.
the Iroquois Confederation, all the confederations pretty much invested into the United States of America in
Okay.
that confederation and seeded. This is why I keep showing this donor situation, this trust relationship, because obviously they put all their trust in the United States to handle all of their foreign affairs, and they will stay on the land now and deal domestically and let them handle all the foreign affairs outside of the ports. See what I'm saying?
Okay. Stay right there, because remember we had that conversation about the United States and other territories, right? That was originally outside of the United States, right?
Right.
Okay, so when they came, eventually, I guess those territories, those people that was, those tribes or nations, clans, bands, when they eventually united and agreed upon, I guess, the Constitution or whatever, if they did that, I don't know if they did it, but,
Yeah.
and it's talking about the U.S. regulating foreign and domestic. I'm thinking, okay, so if we are the American Indians, the indigenous people are the domestic, 100% the domestic, and the foreigners that's coming in, they're supposed to regulate. This is why the federal government regulates all foreign, right? And you got the states regulate pretty much domestic, correct?
Correct.
But the federal can step in if there is some type of dispute between domestic, I guess you can say, citizens or residents or etc. They step in and kind of, I guess, help adjudicate certain things, right? Is I'm using the right words?
Right.
Or judge.
Based on the fact that they got occupation because the United States flag is in every state.
So pretty much the United
And
States has been delegated to be, or this landmass that's up under the umbrella of the United States
yeah.
has been delegated for, to me, the central hub for commerce. I mean, it's at this point it should be obvious. We're the central hub for commerce.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah. You absolutely right.
And for rightfully reason, but we're not. I don't think we're not in full control of the say so. Right?
Right.
We should be, but we're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we should be and we are,
Mm-hmm.
but we're not based on ignorance. You know what I'm saying? We don't understand how to properly express that and be able to enforce it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Quietly, without being combative about the whole situation.
But see, that's what I'm saying.
That's
That
why
brings
I'm
up.
That's why I'm showing these things right here, showing where the power is, where it's still there, you know, without getting on the soapbox. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So you're talking about the instruments that's up under the United States.
Right. That's why I'm saying, like, real talk, and I've done it. I go in that court and I say, hey, how much it cost? Hey, can you explain all this to me? I don't know what's going on. This is your thing. I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Can I? How can we take care of this? On top of that, you need to bring me my exculpatory evidence. Bring me the injured party. Need to know who's injured. No injured party. Those my exculpatory evidence says, oh, okay, all right, what we doing now? And that's it. And but if you understand the whole process, this is where civics come into play. I think I don't know who said that about civics. I think maybe OTK has said that, you know, we don't understand civics anymore.
We don't.
If we don't understand civics, then we don't understand the governmental process. We don't understand American history, American government. We don't know how to do business. We don't understand these codes. And you know, we're gonna be lost in the sauce. They're gonna take advantage of us. We sheep. You know what I'm saying? Sheep.
Yeah, we haven't been studying. We didn't study it the way we supposed to study it, right? It was give. It was. Let's say I'm gonna use their word, which I think is a slang word. It's funny how they say we talk ebonics and slang, but school is a slang word to me. But they, if you think about it, so we got schooled on things, but we didn't actually take it to the next level and learn it, go deep into it. Like when we're talking about reading arithmetic, we're talking about English lit. I've been saying for the longest since I've been kind of getting in tune that I think we need to go back to fifth and sixth grade English lit. But you know, like you said earlier, pride and ego.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Pride. Because how you read it when you were talking about the capital letters, the punctuation shit, all that plays. That's why I brought up the prefix yesterday. All that plays when you're trying to read and trying to really comprehend, all that plays into factor. You can't leave none of that out.
Can't leave it out. Like you gotta like we said, you gotta check every trap, right? You gotta check it. And because any slippage, they're gonna escape and they're gonna get you back into their jurisdiction. Instead of staying separate on your side, because you get the answer. It's as simple as you going into court and they get the answer asking you what you had for lunch. And you say, well, I had a sandwich and some potato chips and a soda. You know what? You just got into their jurisdiction. As soon as you answer that question, and instead of saying, you know what? I mean, why? Are you hungry? You know what I mean? And coming back with an answer the question with a question, like, are you hungry? You know what I'm saying? You know,
I noticed that too.
I don't have any more. You know what I mean? Just some simple shit.
I know because they don't never answer. You're right. Even when these people, these attorneys, all the politicians, because a lot of them went to school for attorney, be attorneys and shit, right? They never answer a direct question.
Never.
That's asked. I'm like, huh? They never. But what about the I think it was the 13th. I think it was the 13th Amendment, one of the original 13th Amendment about the 13th Amendment. Something about
Slavery.
not slavery, no attorney shall hold government office or some shit like that. You ever heard of that?
Glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Because no attorney can't hold. Look, if they do hold office, they have to give up their bar card. They can hold office, but they have to give up that bar card. They have to relinquish all those documents, all those licenses, certificates, and everything. They have to give up it all. Company, business, whatever they're doing, they gotta give it all up because they already know it's a conflict of interest.
Right.
But what they do, all of these people, right, Shaq? I know why you asking that, because you notice that a lot of these people in office right now are attorneys.
Right. Exactly.
Barack was an attorney.
All of it. Yep. Right. Kamala was attorney. All of them. Right. Pretty much all of them. I don't know about all of them, but pretty much all of them. Definitely all the modern. Probably the ones in the last, I say the last, 60 years maybe? Probably can go back further than that. Because I don't think it was Ronald Reagan. He wasn't attorney, was he?
No, Ronald Reagan wasn't no attorney. That's why they
Right.
try to kill him too. Shit.
So
They try to get rid of him too. He wasn't no attorney. You
see
know,
what I'm
so
saying?
he couldn't be bought. He had his own money. He wasn't tripping. You know what I'm saying? But eventually they got to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, really technically George Bush took over. That his last administration when he got hit,
Mm-hmm.
shit, Bush was running that. You know, so you know what that guy was doing. So I mean,
Yeah,
you
Bush,
know,
he set the FBI up, right?
CIA. He helped set the
CIA, okay, yeah. CIA.
Yeah.
I mean,
You ever seen that movie, The Good Shepherd?
The Good Shepherd. It sounds familiar.
Man, if you can
Give me a
find that
synopsis
somewhere
on
on Netflix or something, man, watch that movie, The Good Shepherd.
The
That's
Good
pretty
Shepherd. Let
much
me
it in a
see.
nutshell. That's it in a nutshell. I was
Let me
like,
see
who
if
are
they
they
got it on
talking?
YouTube or Prime. Hold on.
Yeah, The Good Shepherd, man. Watch that one.
They
The
got
guy.
so many of them though, bro. They got the Distinguished Gentleman. They got so many of the movies that kind of break it, give you insight on,
Oh yeah, that one with Eddie.
yeah, the one with Eddie, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
The Good Shepherd. Sounds familiar, The Good Shepherd.
Yeah, the guy that played Jason Bourne. That's him.
Oh, you talking about Matt Damon?
Yep, Matt Damon played. He was the guy.
Let
Played
me
that.
see.
I mean, he played that role. I mean, you
But
talk
you
about.
had something about the tender though. What you were saying about that tender?
I'm setting it up while we talking. I'm going through. I got my Black Slob right now. I'm bookmarking these different. I'm setting up these different things. I'm about to play it right now. I'm about to put it up right now.
Oh yeah, they want you to buy it on YouTube.
Well,
It might be
you got
on
to buy
Prime
that.
though. On YouTube they do. No, YouTube got a lot of movies they play now. I
Yeah,
watch a lot of my movies on YouTube now. When they
I've been
free,
watching
I
them
don't watch it.
I've been watching them old martial arts movies. They got all the karate movies up on them things.
Oh yeah, what you got? Is it a certain channel? Because I know like some of them they put them on certain channels.
No, it's just regular YouTube. I go in there. They got the old Shaolin versus. You know what I mean? They got the whole Golden Arms. They got all them up in
I
there.
used to watch a lot of them movies, bro. Them and them old cowboy movies and stuff, bro. Your boy Chuck Norris just passed away, huh? 84, 82?
Man, I'm trying to figure out what happened. That dude was doing good. Man, he was healthy.
Dang.
Yeah, he was doing good. They had them commercials on them where he was healthy, everything.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows? All right, so I got everything bookmarked. I got everything. Oh shit, got Taz up here, got Naughty. My bad, y'all. Say something in the chat, man.
I seen some message in the back, but I ain't click on it. I seen to like when you get the notification in the back down there.
You know I ain't paying attention. Y'all got to keep me right.
Man, turn that.
I don't know how to do that, man.
Learn how to work that shit or something.
That's why I said, man. Send me a message. Thingamajig. All
That's
right,
the
so
word, man.
go ahead, y'all get it up. I'm gonna share the screen real quick, and I'm gonna
Hold
pull up
on.
these definitions.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on. You're moving too fast, big man.
Nah, go ahead. But I'm just gonna have the screen ready.
So everything commerce
Everything is commerce.
is interstate commerce,
Absolutely, it is.
is interstate commerce,
Intestate.
yeah.
Yeah,
INTESTATE.
yeah, that's commerce.
You know what that's commerce on?
Nah,
One's death.
Right. Oh, that's right.
And introstate is that commerce.
Say that again.
Introstate.
Yeah, that's commerce. That's within the state. That's not interstate. That's
Right,
intrastate.
but that's not commerce though.
Intrastate is not commerce. Why? Why
Yeah,
not?
with the A, with the A, it's not commerce. That's only for trade, transportation, or traveling. That has nothing to do with commerce.
Okay.
The other two do.
Okay.
So you do have a site in public law to show the identity of privacy act, privacy actions.
Hmm.
And I believe it was like 27 of the presidents was attorneys,
Yeah.
practice law. So
27 of
right,
the presidents was attorneys. They said, uh, how many signers were there of the Declaration?
how many signers?
Yeah, I think there was. I think there was a handful of them that was attorneys too that were signers of the Declaration of Independence. Those was attorneys as well.
Shit, it was a gang of them. 28. No, it's more than that. It's supposed to be like 30 some shit.
Wasn't it like it was 50 something signers, right?
Yeah, some high. It was 70, 76 or something like that.
Yeah, there was a lot of them that was attorneys and that too as well. So attorneys has always been in our mix. This is what made the whole documents worthless anyway, because they went against their own declaration.
So the old
30,
trusted desk
30,
at
they said
Google.
39 out of 55 who attended,
Yeah,
while 70 representatives were originally appointed. Yeah, that's where I get a 70 from. Only 55 attended, and 3 delegate present refused to sign. Yeah, my boy, um, George Manson. That man was a strong man. He was the one against slavery. The only one in the whole fucking thing against slavery. Fucking Benjamin Franklin, his ass was like 70 something years old, almost 80 years old when he was in there. And he was asking them to pray before the Constitution because you had the divide of who wanted to free up people and who didn't want to free up people and all of that crazy shit. The state sovereignties and all of that. And no, that was later. George Washington didn't even say anything through the whole fucking 3 month, 4 month process. I think it was 5 months they were
So
there.
let me ask you a question. You cut it out. So it says 56 delegates signed the Declaration of Independence. What is delegates? What are the delegates on?
House of Congress.
House of Congress. The delegates is House of Congress.
Hmm.
Yeah, they was a lot of them people was like you said was attorneys and they was pastors and stuff.
Right, but see, it was just for the colonies. It was only 13 of it.
Okay.
And the majority of the population in those colonies was only up to 2 million for all 13 colonies.
what's up, Taz?
What's up, bro? That and Taz says which was a trust under a family thing, which is true.
Yeah, yep.
It's all of them come together. That's why they didn't have to have a vote from the people. The delegates is who put up the vote. It wasn't the cooperation of their citizenry. It was in secret.
Mm,
That's another reason I show you that the Constitution is not legitimate. Another reason
yeah,
outside of it being having typo in it. It was
yeah,
done illegally and unconstitutional for as the common law of creation in a corporation. It was unconstitutional.
Mm. Now, let me ask you a question, Nadi. Now, in regards to, as I showed, Title 42, Section 1994, P&I is abolished. Now that's in dealing in contracts and debt. Now, how can that play out in real time in regards to expressing one's, rights in that realm? You know what I'm saying? If there's no voluntary or involuntary, you know, peonage going on, even if you put yourself, if you want to put yourself into peonage, you can't even do it. So they can't even force you to do it or even ask you to voluntarily do it. I mean, whereas that play out, let's say, especially when we deal with in the court systems and mortgage loans and car loans. Those are three major platforms that pretty much is the money maker for the United States government.
Uh, Brother man, the money maker for the United States government is the identification or the corporation of the dead. One is not taking on testimony of living and creating their own testimony or their own declaration of corporation. Everyone is identifying themselves under a structure of an umbrella created of another entity or an establishment. So when you're under this establishment defines you as such as, like I said, interstate. Look it up. Look it up right quick, brother man.
So you talking about intestate?
Yeah, interstate. That's how they try to break it from you, but it's all the same. Interstate, interstate. It's all the same.
Here we go.
You gotta pull
Interstate.
it up. You gotta pull it up. Oh, you got it?
It says right here. I told you interstate commerce was commerce. It said commerce.
No, 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 no.
It says
Without the
commerce.
R. Without the R.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Intestatus. Intestatus. So this intestatus, that's Latin. So that's intestate. So that's Latin.
Yeah,
One who dies
that'll be
without
it.
will. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
intestate, one who
American
dies.
use an A now. But go ahead.
Yeah, one who dies without a will. It says an intestate, one who dies without a will.
Okay. So no, if you go ahead and look that up, what's that? Deceit. Keep going. It goes in. It goes in more.
Okay, well, yeah, here go intestate up here. Okay, without making a will, person who is said to die intestate when he dies without making a will or dies without leaving anything to testify what his wishes were with respect to the disposal of his property after his death. The word is also often used to signify the person himself. Thus, in speaking of the property of a person who died intestate, it is common to say the intestate's property, the property of the person dying in an intestate condition.
Mhm. That's commerce, bro. That's how they trap you're born in a state of death. So they're claiming you deceased because you're not claiming the living. You're not claiming the living. You're claiming under their corporation, their corpse.
Mhm.
So it's an interstate as you coming in, and they're taking up your property as the homebound, the geographical identity, the intellectual property, intellectual. How you say that word?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Um, um, Everything that you're thinking and feeling that is coming and being created up from the living is not identified of the living because you're using their terminologies to identify yourself, which is under a dead state.
Okay.
So, just let me
And all with any person of a death, all your property, if you don't leave a living testimony or a will of testimony to go with your property, it all in turns over to the government's control.
That's true.
right.
Go ahead.
So just to add a little bit, my dear friends, what he was saying back in the day. So British, they Britain or whatever they want to call themselves, but all of it was ships. So you're working on a boat, and you go out on the ship, right? So there's a porter, there's like a clerk. He's marking all the people that's going in there, all everything that's being done on the ship. The ship goes out, right? And all of a sudden, the ship may not made it or whatever. So then the state or that clerk makes it well, oh, he's dead. But
He never came back
he
to
never came back to
claim
claim.
his state.
Right. He just jumped on the boat and went off without saying, well, look, if nothing happens to me, I want to make sure that all that is cleared and that
And
this is my shit.
all of our parents,
Yeah.
no longer with
They didn't
ourselves,
do that. And that's what's happening
they put us on the ship, or we put ourselves on the ship
without clarifying.
without clarifying the living testimony and will of direction of his property, which is the identification of the individual, the name.
That's what
That's your property. But you're not using it as your property. They're identifying it as their property, and you never stood on claim. So the majority of the stuff we be reading as codes and codifications and what they supposed to do is, you're right. If one was in their proper setting, I keep putting this out, but it's gonna keep leading back to the beginning root of it. No matter how much we dig deep, we can dig deep, but it's best to dig deep as you already set up, so you can, as you going along, you can fix this as you're learning. Bam, we learned Title 49, Statute 211 or 209. Boom, we handling it right there on the spot because we're in the correct setting to do that. We're not under their establishment of identity. We took claim of ourselves. But it is good teaching, and it is good reasoning. But again, we got to be more concentrated on how do we come from this system and put it to work, like actually use one's self-representation.
Right.
We keep representing this name like it's us, but we really don't have proper rulage over it, authority over it. It's the American United States government.
That's right. That's right. And
And
this is what we
we're
want
just
to try
using it. And actually, we're using it in fraud.
to, yep.
You see what I'm saying? Because
Low key, low key, low key. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Low key.
yeah, we're moving in fraud
It's
because
an
we
So
didn't
escape.
when did
create that,
so let me
and
ask
we
you a
have
question. When
no
did this start?
interest.
When did this start?
Mm,
When
good,
did it?
good question. When did it start, Daddy?
Yeah, when did it start that people was not in control of their own living day-to-day operations? You know what I'm saying?
Damn,
That's a good question.
are you there? Hold
Yeah, we
up,
here.
damn.
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, hold up,
My check, my check, my check.
hold up. Let me come back. Okay, there we go. All right. When did it start? It started um in history, far as on literature. It's
Mhm.
gonna be the Hastings War.
The Hastings.
Yeah, the Battle of Hastings.
Let me look that up. Let me mute up. Right, let me look that up. Hold
Okay, Chief, I am saying 1666 is when it started. Okay, so
No, no, it started.
Hartfeld Center
That
say at birth.
It just was a continuation as a declared documentation that everyone was up under that dead man walking type of situation. That's the Sister Cave.
Yup. And
That's
there's
the
three of them.
that's the claim. That's the claim. The original claim was 1666, but prior to that was the Battle of Hastings, when William the Conqueror defeated Christianus of Britain, King of Britain, and declared that all slavery was illegal unless Britain get tax from it.
What year? Is it 1066?
1056.
That's a real first. No, yeah, that's a first
October
statement.
14th, 1066
56.
was the, let's see,
He's talking 1666.
but
There's
remember they
three.
added, see the timeline, that 16, remember they added the timeline to throw us off.
And on documentation, I don't know, I do know what you're saying, but we're not going on that right now. We look up 1056 Battle of Hastings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's saying 1066. It's giving me a year after that.
10 years after that,
No, it's giving
1066.
1 year, just 1 year. Yeah, 10 years. Yeah, 1066 instead of 1056. That's what
Yeah,
it's
that
giving me.
happened in
Usually with
1056,
Google.
but I guess they changing up the goddamn timelines
Yeah,
again.
there's there's been recorded that they can't keep records after I think it was 1870 something. It's all live.
But that's when you're gonna see the first occurrence on slavery being identified as taxable income, as a
Mm.
product of financial attribute.
Okay, now this is what Chief I am was talking about yesterday too, where he brought up that 27 CFR 7211. I overlooked the fact that those commercial crimes are under the revenue law, right? All those is under revenue law. So that means that's a taxable event. That revenue law is regulated by the Treasury. So what you just said right there, tax. Say that again. Now, how did you say it again? Say it again. You said tax.
A taxable um, financial attribute.
Okay. There's recoupment in that, is it not?
Yeah, for as insurance base.
Okay. All right. We on the same page. All right. That's everything I've been saying earlier, what I've been pointing out. So we good. All right. I don't disagree.
I'm glad you said 277211 because I was saying that earlier that when you were making sure everything is taxable, everything is. I mean, I'm talking rape, murder, robbery. That's what they say it is. So it's 277211. So imagine all the brethrens that are locked up illegally. You heard me?
But
And
not illegally though. They're under a contractual agreement
yeah.
that goes back to what the questioner Aton was asking me about the peonage. And let me get back to that because that's where I was leading. I was leading
Yeah.
to, but I was straying off a bit. So the peonage is gonna be where it's involuntary or voluntary, can't be voluntary or involuntary, is because again, one is not citing their life. You're being implemented under a state of death. So peonage, peonage isn't even in the vocabulary of what we're under.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? It wouldn't even be identified in that sense because
No,
again,
I don't see what you're saying. Make that make sense.
because you're under a structure of corporation, your identification is under this structure. It's not under outside of that structure. So whatever goes on in this structure, for as its rules, regulations, codifications, you're obligated to oblige by it because you're using the construct of this structure to identify oneself.
Yeah, it's
You see
called.
this? You see the screen? I got peonage up. I got peon up. So in peon, they basically it says in Mexico. First thing they're saying, a debtor held by his creditor in a qualified servitude to work out the debt, a serf. In India, a footman, a soldier, an inferior officer, a servant employed in the business of the revenue, police, and judicature. We stop there. We
And
get these.
peonage, the state or condition of a peon as above defined, a condition of enforced servitude by which the servitor is restrained as his liberty and compelled to labor in liquidation of some debt or obligation, real or pretended, against his will, peonage case, so and so, so and so. So again, you're in this, but you're not identified under that because you're under the structure of the liquidation of the company because of an obligation that you and your parents had signed yourself up to uphold. You're gonna testify and identify under this term by way of this corporate structure.
In
So
harmony.
you owe peonage now. You owe debt to that.
So basically, what I in harmony, what he's saying is minimal contact. So that's what they're using right now in the courtroom. It's called minimal contact. Minimal contact is exactly what he's saying. By you getting the driver's license, by you identifying, by you doing this, you didn't do that. You never say, hey, I'm gonna apply for this. Your parents, your lineage did that, not you. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so
Right.
when you have to correct it, it's called minimal contact.
but you're using it though.
You're using
You're
it. You're right.
using
You
it.
got a bank card. You got a driver's license. Yeah, man. And dumbasses go in the courtroom and they're over there trying to be what is that?
So
And they're
now
trying to say they got a driver's license. Yeah,
if you try to
dumbass.
say you're not that and you're not this and
That's
that,
dumbass.
and yet you're using this and that, the judge gonna serve it 30 your ass. You put you up for mental evaluation because you're not holding honor of what you're under representation.
Gotta stay in honor.
All right. So I'm not going to change the screen. I just want to read this. I brought up
Mhm.
42 USC, right? So I got the historical and legal context, right? The origin is the Peonage Abolition Act of 1867, 14 Stat 546. And this what Shaq was asking about the 13th Amendment. They said that act was enacted by Congress to enforce the 13th Amendment. So it says that remedy, while Section 1994 provides the civil declaration, right? As I was saying, it's civil, it's a declaration that peonage is abolished. Criminal penalties for engaging in peonage are found under 18 USC subsection 1581. Now that's under Chapter 77, involuntary servitude and peonage. There's a long line of those things. So
Go and read that. Go and pull that up. But listen to the words again. Civil. That's you and I.
yeah,
Not criminal.
it's a civil
That's you and
declaration.
I.
But you
Okay.
talking about declaration, right? A
No, no,
declaration.
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is civil. I can't come civilly hold you in peonage. You can't civilly hold me in peonage. Civil, civilly. But
Precisely.
in the government, in under the government, you're structured as a soldier. You're structured as a servant to the USA, to the United States, bro.
Right. Right. I don't
If
disagree.
they want to draft your motherfucking ass, they'll draft your motherfucking ass. You see what I'm saying? So no matter how you try to run away from it, we're using the testimony of their identification. You can't get around that. So what goes under that rule for that identification stands because you're using it. You can't come try to say I want to use this code and this code and this code. You never stood under this code and this code and this code. You
Yeah.
standing under
Boom.
you standing under this. So you're
Okay.
moving unhonorably.
Well, that's why I showed the one TikTok thing where that Senator Durbin said that what is considered to be proper identification? Your birth certificate and a passport. Those are the only things that are considered to be identification. What they say identification is.
Right. For the
If
US
that's
government.
so, if that's the case,
Hold on.
I could go to the goddamn. I could go to the airport
No.
and hand them my birth certificate and say that's identification.
No. For the United States government is the only ones identifying that. DMV, who the police work for, got a secondary contract with,
Mhm.
ain't recognizing no goddamn birth certificate. They want something from their corporation saying that you got a contract
Each
with
one of them are
them.
entities.
All right. So look. Okay. Good. All right. Got some pushback here. So under the circumstances, what you're saying is the DMV and the police. We're talking about city police and even the sheriffs. They want to get outside their bounds. Are actually operating outside Otraviers. They operating outside of their authority. So they're operating from some contractual situation, right? 27 CFR 7211 commercial.
Okay. Outside of their authority, how?
They're operating outside of their authority because they're saying that they're law enforcement officers.
Yes.
I mean, a law, a
A s-
code is not law.
Okay, so the
Hold on,
United.
brother. Hold that thought. Do you know what
Uh-oh.
a real government entity is? A real government entity is under the federal guidelines, chapter 10, I think it was. But a sheriff is a real government entity. And if they go outside their bounds, bro, like what you're saying, bro, you can do a lot.
Okay. Uh, It's hard to really keep repeating the same thing, but I'm gonna try to give it to you one more time with this situation.
Mhm.
The sheriffs is elected. True. The
Uh-huh.
sheriff are. So they're up under a constitutional
Government entity.
identity as a
Uh,
government authorized entity. Now, the sheriff has many different subjects in his territory. He got cowboys, he got whores, he got
marshals,
every known state demand.
Texas.
One of them is the DMV subjects. Some of them are people that comes in from out of state and do commerce. So he has to regulate all of this. So he has to make a contract with the DMV to regulate the DMV shit. If he pull you and you have a tag and he has no notification of who the fuck you are, and that tag has that state tag on that vehicle, that's state property. It falls under regulations and rules because it's identifying as state.
I get that.
When he pull you and ask you for your driver's license and you give it to him, you just identified yourself under all these actions of the DMV, which he's gonna regulate because he has to regulate DMV subjects in his territory.
Okay, I get that. But the DMV, if you look at it in California, is www.https:// dmv.ca.gov. I mean, it's a government entity. It's gov, and it's subject, and and it's a subcontractor of the Department of Transportation. Transportation.
DOT. So listen,
Yup.
All right.
subcontractor. So as I'm a subcontractor and I come do a job for you and you got the big boss man over there, everything gonna fall under you. You gonna regulate, hey, go over here, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do that. Now I got to go do this, do this, do this, do this, do that, do that. But the way I do this, do this, do this, do that, and get it done is how I regulate it. And it's got to go how I got to go because you're gonna look at me and say, hey, you let this, you let this road get fucked up. I gave you this money for this road, and I told you, shit, any big trucks diesel trucks or any trucks, anything come through and fuck up the roads from speeding and all of that, can't go past 85 miles an hour. I thought you said you had the shit regulated at 65. What's going on? Why the roads tearing up so long, so quick?
Okay. So would that be considered an offer?
Offer? What you mean?
Yeah.
That's what
If they got it right
their
there,
jobs are.
everything's in all caps, would that be considered an offer?
Hold
Or is
on.
that
Say it one more time.
is that Mando? So you talking about the mileage on there? Well, you can't speed past 75 miles, 70 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, whatever these signs they got everywhere with these big.
That's state regulated.
Is that an offer?
It's not. Oh,
Is it an offer?
Offer?
Is it an
No,
offer?
no.
Is
Listen,
it an
listen.
offer to contract? Is it an offer to contract?
No. It's a regulation. If you're gonna take my money to fix your road, I don't want any vehicle that's in transport of commerce going over 85 miles an hour.
Whose money?
The U.S.
Not the
government,
DMV. You ain't talking about the DMV, are you?
the DMV is who's regulating the roads
and they're getting funded by the
for each
taxes.
state, and they got to follow the regulations of the DOT. The DOT tells them we don't want no transfer trucks or no diesel truck, whatever part of the world you from. You know what I saying? To
Mhm.
drive on this road in commerce doing over 85 miles an hour. The state goes below that so they don't go outside of the regulations that they are required to follow for taking this money.
Uh, I don't know, man. I don't know about
That's
that
how
one.
it works. That's
That's
what government, that's what the educational fund for.
The word, I don't think.
Hold on, bro. That's what the educational fund for. That's what the fucking Air Force fund for. All these government funds, bro. You under a certain regulation that you got to follow by, and they gonna come and audit your ass to make sure you follow by what the fuck under they shit.
And I know the
Whether
days and months.
whether you do it extensively right up to where they said do this regulation. Hey, we want you to have 12 lights in this room
You better
that you
do it.
took this money, said you was gonna build this room. Well, when you build a room, if you build 24 lights, they're gonna say, oh, okay. Well, they might say 12 or more, and you go in there at least 12, and you build 24, they're gonna say, oh, okay, qualified. I ain't got to worry about him no more. He approved for another loan if he needed.
okay. So this is why I'm just coming from a
But
different angle.
they go in
It-
there and see
this,
9, it's
well,
gonna be a
basically,
problem.
right. So so are they actually doing an assessment, right, based on car accidents, collisions, deaths, and all these
No,
Hold on.
accidents? And then
no,
they
that's the
say, well,
insurance.
we
No,
we actually have taken a full survey and assessment of everything, and we think that the safest way, hear me out, y'all. We think this is the safest way to put these things up here because we know that when people drive fast, there's people that drive slow, there's elderly people out there, there's people that first time drivers. We want to be able to regulate the mileage there based on the safety of the people. Now,
no.
Hold on,
no,
bro. Hold on. Hector,
no.
I want him to answer what he says. It's a yes or no. I want him to answer that.
Hold on.
No, I need him to answer that. Don't. No, he's reading what he's saying.
No, he's not. He's coming from Freehawk though. Let me ask him. What's up? Hey, Aton. It ain't got nothing to do with safety, bro. It's to do with spendage. So they don't want. They already know how much a rebar can take. So they put the rebar and estimate it could take this much weight. It could take this much current flow. It's gonna last this long. So we got this much money to put in it and not be worried about it again. We don't want no dummies driving. We don't want no illegals driving. We don't want no drunks driving. Because if they tear up the road or tear up property, it got to be repaid by insurance,
Okay,
which
so
is in our hand is in the insurance.
so if that's the case, like Nate just put up with the taxpayer. So what they want to do is, like I always say,
Do it.
is they always try to fit the bill on the other people, and they don't want to pay they bill the taxes that they already been funded. Everything has already been prepaid, so they already been funded to do these things. I think that all they're trying to do is make sure that they put things in order to transfer that obligation onto the people where everything's supposed to be free and clear based on the fact of what they changed. If we had the constitutional right to pay a debt as has been stated, I don't think nobody have a problem. Everybody will be responsible for their own issues. But now they want to be the constitutor of that government, and they want to regulate everything, so they should be liable, as it states in the resolutions and the laws of what they did. They got to be responsible for that, not us. If a nigga want to drive 90,000 miles an hour and drive off a cliff, well, fuck it. Pay that goddamn bill. You know what I'm saying? They liable for the debt. I don't care what they got going on.
This group of people that are ruling over us, they're 100% wicked, but they're only doing what we allow, if that makes sense. So their hearts are not in the right places. They're definitely soulless, and they're enforcing the law according to the letter as it is written. Right. And then they're using deceptive practices. It's kind of like voodoo, what they're doing. It's like some magical shit. Right. They're using language, legalese, definitions, legal mechanisms, tricks of the trade, which go back 6,000 years. And if you research any of these things, you know that this is consistent in the land of commerce, right? You got those who have ears to hear and eyes to see, and those who don't, right? You always have a bond cast, right? So when we start examining things like CFR 72.11, we start looking into 97-280, 1983, the year of the Bible. And then we see that they're not even, like when you go into these courts, these administrative law, under these administrative law judges, right, which are not judges, right? They're just attorneys acting under color of law as judges, right? One will be like, well, damn, why can't they do that? Well, they only doing it because our mothers and fathers were deaf, dumb, and blind. They didn't teach, and maybe some mothers and fathers do, so I don't want to speak for all, right? But for the most part, it's negligence on our side, right? Because, definitions can be read and understood and broke down. So at the end of the day, if you take a plea, well, what the fuck is a plea? Right? And I heard you talk about offer. Is this a contract offer? It's absolutely a contract offer, right? Because no state can infringe on the completion or the creation of a contract. No state can do that.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Based on the circumstances, right? Because you have your de jure and your de facto. Those things are present. It's just about it's like that's where I get full faith and credit from. It's based on the fact that if you want to go along with that, then go along with that. If you don't, then we gonna trespass upon you. We're gonna come at you and we're gonna see what you know and what authority that you fall yourself under, ours or your own.
Right, 100%. And like I learned under a brother by the name of Priest Jedediah Judah Elohim, rest in power. He's with the Father, right? At this point. And he always taught us that every situation is a competency exam. Every situation, right? When you're operating in the land of commerce, which is the public, because according to the Commerce Clause, the states and the interstates functions have all authority over all commerce. So there is no they don't have jurisdiction if your ass is operating in commerce, right? Now the question becomes is the act or is the act that you are involved with is it protected or does it fall underneath the Commerce Clause, right? Because I heard y'all talking earlier about the Department of Transportation and how all this license shit goes. Well, the Department of Transportation is under the Department of Commerce, right? So it all goes back to commerce, right? And commerce is even exchange or trade, barter between one entity and another. The way that you protect your trade or your barter is by establishing contracts. Now, Nadi, I've been listening to Nadi for years. He would say the trust is the best way to do that, and I wouldn't disagree with that. But that's a very sophisticated. It's a very sophisticated tool, which, if it's wielded the correct way, it can be a weapon and a defense, right? So it goes like once again, our parents, my mother and my father, they engaged in commerce, but they didn't understand it, right? To the point where they could teach it to me. I had to actually slip, fall, get through into the system. No bail. What the fuck is bail? What is Baal? Why do I have to pay Baal to get out of the dungeon, right? Right? Because that's
The goal. It's called gold. GAOL. That's
yeah.
the original goal.
Speak on that. Speak on that, Nadi. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Speak on that.
hold on before y'all go too far, because you brought some up about the contracts, and Aton mentioned that earlier. You remember when you mentioned about contracts, applications and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
You remember what you said about that? Because I want to add, is it true? Let me ask this question to y'all then. Is it true that all applications become contracts? Let me phrase it wrong. Let me rephrase it. Hold on. Let me rephrase it first so people can. Is it true that all applications that we fill out, sign, become contracts, or they're contracts on their face value?
No,
That's the first one.
Yeah, they become contracts.
Okay.
They become contracts, more or less. They become obligations, right? So basically, in order for anything to happen, you have to provide the current, right? You have to provide the energy, and that offer is an offer for you to contract with them in order for them to do whatever they need to do. But there's no full disclosure. So
And so your signature is what? To that application / contract.
Let me give it to you a different way, Shot.
Your signature is your signature.
People need to know this.
Well, yeah, your signature is the authorization, right? Mm-hmm. It's under 3-401. It's under UCC 3-410. I think it's 3-410 subsection 2 or B1. Well, it's a signature by accommodation, right? That it falls within those lines of those things, right? But you don't restrict your signature and you don't give specific instructions, right? That's where deposit, special deposit, specific instructions, special endorsement, blank endorsement comes in.
Blank endorsement, exactly. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
So now we getting back to the nitty gritty of the answer to his question.
Before y'all jump ahead, I do got a little bit of pushback because from what I've researched, all applications are issued from the OMB. right? That's why they got that OMB
And
number at the top,
exactly,
the
and it's
Office
gonna
of
be.
Managing Budget. So that
Listen,
means that
listen. Hold up. Goddamn, that's what I was just gonna say. That hold up. So you're thinking applications is a contract? It's not. Applications is authority you're giving for them to go and get money off of your title of
That was
of
gonna be another
of,
one I was
of
gonna bring up
trust.
after that. But
Yeah, I know, but y'all getting
Listen,
ahead
no,
of
no, no,
Shaq.
no, no. Let me finish,
Y'all
bro.
getting ahead of Shaq though. We're not talking about letters of credit. We
No,
talking
no,
about
no, 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 no.
contracts. It's an
Listen,
offer.
no, no, no.
no, what he asked
Let me
was, are they created or are they already established?
on their face value. So listen, what I'm trying to get you to understand, you're believing an application, or some people believe application is for permission or approval to get a job. But all those jobs you go fill out an application for sends that goddamn application to the Treasury Department and gets off your trust.
Right. And see, this how you know this is true. Because every rental application is the same. Every car loan application is the same.
Rentals.
Every more every application to a for a loan officer, they're all the same. These things are pre-written. You can't even really negotiate them.
For
You
the
got to think
Treasury
about,
Department. They take it
yeah,
to the
you
Treasury
can't even
Department.
negotiate them. You can't really unless you have your entity set up and you come in with notice. Otherwise, they're all the same, bro. Like every car loan application is exactly the same.
They give you
Every
all the
application for
shit.
credit is exactly the same. There is no difference. It's not like Bank of America is giving you a different application than Wells Fargo is. No.
All right. So an offer right here on the screen. Look at the screen. Here's an offer, Shaq. Right here, top right. A proposal. A proposal to do a thing. Right? Parking. Let's deal with tickets. Not parking tickets. Let's deal with tickets. We're gonna keep it basic simple. Everything deal with every day. A proposal. A proposal to do a thing. An attempt, an endeavor, an offer of evidence, an act on the part of one person whereby he gives to another the legal power, right? Power of appointment, donor, donee, trust relationship of creating the obligation called contract. Okay? It's a contract. I mean, I'm just go ahead.
Well, the question will be is what type of contract is it?
But it doesn't matter.
Because if the obligation is only on one side, that's
It's not a contract.
not a contract. That would be, I believe the technical term is like
Obligation.
unilateral or what am I
Yeah,
might be
unilateral. It's a unilateral contract. But this
okay.
is
I
not
might be incorrect on that because there's many times I might so somebody might want to fact check that.
unilateral.
But
Unilateral, yeah, but it's not. It can't be unilateral only if. Well, it can't be unilateral if the other side signs. That's what I'm saying. When he approaches you, when he pulls you over and approaches you, and he asks you for information, and you provide it, and then he gives you this and says this, and you go along with it, and then he says sign here. That was the offer. He offered
All
that to
right.
you. You accepted it.
All right, let me say this.
I went over this yesterday.
Application meaning in financial law, bro. In financial law, application is a formal, oral, or written request submitted by an individual or businesses to a financial institution for extension of credit or a specific financial service.
Bingo.
right, and they're
Bingo.
already
Not,
pre-written.
no, no.
Application.
Bingo.
Listen again, bro. Bingo is the application is just for financial shit.
Right, but who's the
No, 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 no.
financial institution? We the money.
No, no, no.
And
Listen to the
signature is
words again, bro. Let me read
legal.
it again. Let me read it again. Listen to the
He
words
said
close.
financial institution.
In financial law, an application is a formal, oral or written requests submitted by an individual or businesses to a financial institution
That's why I
for an
said bingo.
extension of credit or specific financial service.
What is
That's
the
why I said
institution?
bingo. That's why I said bingo. The bottom line is Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2,
That's not a
HJR
contract.
192. HJ, yeah, oh yes, it is.
Oh, it's not a contract.
It's a
It's not
public
a
trust.
contract.
It's a
Bro,
trust. It's a
this
contract. It's a trust.
no, it's an oral or written request submitted by a business or individual to a financial institution. So
20,
you listen, when
27
you go, this
CFR
is what I'm trying to say,
7211,
Aton.
Nadi.
This is what I'm trying to
Nadi.
say, Aton.
27
Jeez.
CFR 7211, commercial crimes. These are commercial events. These under the revenue laws, which makes them also taxable events. This is what the United States was created off of. Really, the only ones that was supposed to be taxed were corporations, correct? If income, isn't that what it?
Everyone is a corporation.
Okay, so
Exactly.
what we arguing about then?
We're not.
Shit,
I
we
want you to
agree.
hear me out. I
Whoa,
want you
whoa,
to
whoa,
hear me
y'all going
out.
too far.
I want you to
Because
hear me
see,
out. When
before
you
you go too
think you're
far,
going to fill out an application, you're not filling out an application, bro. You're signing over your shit. They're taking that application and going to a financial institution, which is the Treasury Department, and requesting credit or some type of financial service from the Treasury Department to their establishment, not you.
so
Right.
they
But there's a background to that, Nadi. And the background to that is that the United States is in bankruptcy and all of these public entities are in receivership. What are they
Yeah, of
receiving?
credit. Of
Yeah,
credit.
they're receiving applications for credit because they have no money. They have no money. They can all, like Nadi said,
So
they have to go to the treasury, right? And the treasury, you're the one extending the credit to the treasury, which is the fucked
yes.
up. That's the mind. That's what I say voodoo. That's the mind fucking
Putting your
behind it. It's
social
like,
security
bro,
number on there and all of that shit. If you get hired, even if you don't get hired, they get money. They get an extra
right,
$20,000 every month per melanated person or minority
That's right.
person they hire in their fucking shit.
And they know how to do it
And
by
and
using
and if they
some words.
just by going to the Treasury Department with your application, they can require or request any amount to keep their fucking establishment going. How you think McDonald's keep going for 20, 30, 40 years in the same place?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what it's
Come on,
research
bro.
development. They keep putting that shit in there.
Yeah, they want this is how the system rolls. Now, if you go and take over your corporation, stop letting it just linger and be in a state of emptiness, and you go and create it, and you can get these same type of resources from the United States through your business identity, bro. They
now,
already
now,
doing
now
it.
I got pushback on you, Big Naughty, and I gotta be on 100 with you, bro.
Go ahead.
This might ruffle a few feathers, but I don't. What you're saying in theory is applicable, right? In theory, it's applicable, right?
Bro, it's law in law.
Well, you're 100%. I'm not disagreeing, but what I am saying is that this system, the people who are controlling the system, they don't operate from a scarcity perspective. They operate from abundance, meaning that there's abundance of slaves. There are an abundance of those who cannot read, right? So we don't have to play by the rules, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That's why they're
you,
not paying
yeah,
taxes.
you
They
do.
don't.
Listen. You just answered yourself. They are in abundance for the ones that can't read. They are in abundance. So listen to how I'm finna state this. The abundance that can't read are the ones going to fill out these applications for these jobs and these different branches of services. These people taking these services, these social security numbers and all this income and attaching it to their trust. Then they let their trust feed them. Then they turn around and file a taxes on their trust and get all that money back because it's a net of losses by operating the trust. This is how it works, bro.
Let's get these things out real quick. Y'all go ahead and take a break. Doris, I'll get to you in a second because I want to get to the initial question that Shaq had about Tinder, right? Remember, we on 27 CFR 7211, and we're dealing with the corporation as it is. I think we all know that, you know, the United States as it is working under a commercial structure and dealing in contract law and offers and acceptance. Now, a tender, right? You can actually reference UCC 3 you could reference Article 3 of the UCC that deals with negotiable instruments, right? Now you deal with 3-6, Article 3, chapter or section 6, I should say. Section 6. Section 6 deals with payment, right? So
payment is 603, I believe. Right?
It deals with bills of exchange. Well, chapter 6 deals with bills of exchange. But when we go into just a tender, right, by the definition, a tender is an offer of money. And Shaq is already kind of locked in on what I was kind of presenting earlier, as you guys are. So a tender is an offer of money. So if you tender payment, you're offering money as payment. Okay, so the act by which one produces and offers to a person holding a claim or demand against him the amount of money which he considers and admits to be due in satisfaction of such claim or demand without any stipulation or condition. The offer of performance, coming down here, not performance itself, and when unjustifiably refused, places other party in default and permits party making tender to exercise remedies for breach of contract. Now that's Article 3, 603B, right? So you got Article 3 of the UCC -603 subsection B, which says that if tender payment is made and refused,
It's discharged.
it automatic discharge.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah, they don't play that game though. They're liars. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying.
They are not liars.
but see, hold on.
Oh, God.
Hold on real quick. You see, because the one thing it's saying is money, right? So money could be anything. But if you look at Article 3, and I'm gonna jump over to that in a minute because I want to get through these definitions.
Whoa, hold on, Aton. I don't mean to cut you short, but if we're gonna go into Article 3 of the UCC, we have to first go into the Bill of Exchange Act.
Right. And well, I did that yesterday. I negotiable.
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't hear you. My bad.
Hold up, Aton. Hold up, Aton.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're reading from the Black Laws, correct?
Yeah, 4th edition. This is 4th edition.
All right, listen. According to Black Law Dictionary, a government institution this is generally defined by its functions, character, and authority, encompassing any organization established for a public purpose or function, including administrative agencies, courts, and legislatures. So that meaning that this Black Law Dictionary only goes for United States when you're dealing directly in a Supreme Court, United States. Any other companies that's for the public, operating agencies like DOT, DMV, all of that shit can make their own fucking rules, bro. They don't have to go by the Black Law Dictionary. They're not obligated under these terminologies and definitions of the UCC, the USC.
So hold on. So you're saying they're making it up as they go along?
I'm saying that the United States government create certain branches to operate for commerce representation.
So if that's
So
the
when they
case,
hold on, just hold on.
come on.
When these entities go and create. They just make a regulation, a rule of regulations, and they implement it out for the public process. Now, if you want to open up a light company and you got enough money to open up a light company in the state, you're gonna have to go by these regulations at the least, but yet you can do whatever the fuck you want to do in your own policy. So whoever come and sign up for your light company or your driver's license in that state has to go by your rules, not the United States, and you can't hold them against anything about a USC or hold them anything about black law or any of that shit because they don't fall up under it.
So how do you enforce?
You have to go to the Supreme Court and put in a petition or motion of prejudice. So you got to put in something. You got to either find some type of harm that's been done to you to even come up with a claim.
Well, hold on. So I gotta
You got to
push back.
produce a
Now
harm.
we talking. Now we talking. I gotta push back. The
Yeah.
Supreme Court is established under the executive branch. The actual Supreme Court is supposed to be established under the legislative branch. This is the difference between the Article 1 and the Article 3 court, correct?
Yeah, but what the Supreme Court is not placed up under the executive branch. They just been operating and an administrative process ever since that railroad versus Sanford, I believe, something like Sanford versus Railroad. They've been acting as an administrative process, but they're not under the executive branch.
So
All right.
you're saying if you go up to the Supreme Court level, you're automatically gonna get an Article 3? Is
Hey,
that what you're saying?
real quick, Chief, I am. Hold on. Now, initially, I don't know if you guys know, but I gotta say this: is that initially when the United States of America was created, there was only commerce. There was only Congress. The judicial branch and the executive branch wasn't even established at that time, right?
And the
Yeah,
president didn't have the powers and duties that they got now.
Three,
Actually, later didn't have the
Article
same powers
two,
and duties.
Article 2, Article 3 was created by Congress. I see what Chief I am is trying to say, right? In regards to where court was held at that time, right? Everything was done under Congress. So go ahead. I want to get into this other thing, but go ahead, y'all finish.
well, he's right, but Congress themselves was only in a administrative act
All
by
right.
doing trade with the indigenous of the land, with
Congress has the
with
power of
with
the purse,
with
right?
the international um, um, dispensary.
Congress pretty much has the power of the purse, right? If
Yeah,
they
but bro, we were missing something.
government shuts down, right? Government shuts down. Government shuts down, right? If Congress says we're done, we're not doing anything right now, government shuts down, right? Nobody gets paid. That's what we've been viewing over these last few months. Government shutting down and nobody getting paid. The executive branch ain't getting paid.
But see, but stay right there. Hey,
Homeland
Tom.
Security, these cats ain't getting paid right now. They working for free.
But I thought through the executive, like you said, that the president can issue executive orders to operate because don't he have the power to operate the treasury, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. The mere fact that the president, the commander in chief, is in control of the country proves that the executive branch is ruling the entire country.
No,
There is the judicial and the legislative branches of.
That's
Right.
not all the way.
That's who
not
the
all the way
Supreme
correct.
Court is under.
No, that's not all the way correct. Remember, I got a degree in
I gotta agree
political
with Chief. I am, bro. I gotta agree with Chief
I
because
have a degree in political science. I have,
okay, but
have minors.
let me get it off then. Let me get it off, and then prove me wrong.
I want to correct him. I just want to correct him because
hey, Chief, I know where you're going, cuz.
You can have it though, right? But what I'm saying is, in public policy and public administration, right? This is where the executive judicial was created to create the balance of powers. It's where you get your balance at.
Yeah,
Because
you're talking about separation of powers, but what I'm saying is that every state constitution is issued the power through the executive. They create legislatures and congresses within their individual states under the executive branch. The judicial and the legislature are not even popping right now. They're dead.
okay,
No.
go ahead, Shaq. Go ahead, Shaq. You got it.
No.
Okay, look, if I'm wrong, let's
I
put
like
up
where
any
he's going.
constitution for any state right now, and I'll prove it.
Shaq get it.
I like where he's going. I like where Chief I am going because the executive, like you
Well-
said, has the power of the what, Chief?
Well, let me
The
tell you where
militia, which is who? Hold on, the militia, which is who?
The military.
Gotcha. So, right, they put themselves, whatever the law they pass, the act they pass, they fucked up with that. And this is why presidents can go rogue, can be rogue, can go rogue.
And they can't even be
They
checked
fucked
because
up with that,
the
I
other
think.
two branches of government are dormant and sleep. This is why it's not a republic. They talking this
wrong, bro.
democracy shit.
Listen. So in
They can only
1970,
administrate things. I mean, they can write things up, but who gonna enforce them?
he's
They can administrate them, but who gonna enforce them?
he's right in a sense. Listen, he's right in a sense. Doing by
Uh-huh.
1917, the Trading with the Enemy Act, they did sign over all branches of authority to the executive branch, which is the president. That's what again put us up under the second of martial law. That's
I agree. I agree with
okay.
that. Yeah.
That lasted all the way up to 74. 1974, the Congress came and stripped those powers away from them, away from the executive branch, and gave it back to the people. And then also in 1976, they apologized for the Trading with the Enemy Act by doing that executive branch give away.
Okay, stay right there. I'm not gonna disagree with you because you brought up 74, right? This is why Trump is operating and went back to what? The Department of what? Or the
War.
war. Okay, now that puts him up on the what, Chief I am?
Executive.
73. Hold on.
Yeah.
1973 what?
Go ahead.
1973 War Powers Act, the Resolutionary War Powers Act of 1973. He can act on any military act, but he had, I think, 48 days or 60 days to inform Congress on those military actions that and it can be domestic and foreign. You see what I'm
Hey
saying?
man, that is super dope. Thank you for teaching me that. But this is what I'm saying, brother.
Mhm.
This shit is all executive. Every state constitution, I don't give a fuck what state you're talking about.
But see,
They
you have a way to
derive the
come up
power
out of
from
it,
the
though.
governor. The governor, all governors are chosen by the fucking president.
So governors got executor powers.
Yes, it tells you in
Yeah.
I've looked at every single.
Yeah, they do.
They
I
got
wouldn't
militia
say this
too.
if I didn't look into it.
Yeah,
Every
governors can
Uh-huh.
acquit. What do you call it? When you free a man up from prison, what they call that?
Oh, you talking about a pardon, or
Pardon.
you talking
Yeah,
about
pardon. Can pardon man.
No, it's not a
in this
pardon.
state.
It's another word for it. The federal can pardon, but I think what's the other word for the governor?
Shit, the governor can pardon your ass.
This
The
is
governor's pardon.
Okay.
my point in even bringing any of that up is that this is a rogue government.
I
They're
agree. Hell
rogue,
yeah,
bro.
it is. You better believe it.
Hey, you know what? Disagree with that, but the system's still in place.
Because
You're
Shit.
not go,
because I think the
you're not
system was
gonna
a
be able to
great
get
creative
rid.
system. It's just rogue individuals
Right, you're
that's
not gonna
fucking
be able to
around.
get rid
Fucking
of the
around.
system, bro.
Yeah.
The system is
The
in
system is good.
place.
I like the system. It's just
Yeah,
rogue individuals and
yeah. The
groups and entities that's
system
fucking us
is
off.
good.
Y'all too kind. I got the heart of King David. I'm saying put
Okay.
all these Edomites to death. Man, these niggas is.
ain't playing around, boy. Y'all
Y'all
Well,
look,
if you
y'all are
did
just.
that, if you
See,
did that, we going
Naughty
back in the
comfortable.
Stone
Naughty
Age.
over there living on them 30 acres. You know what I'm saying? He got his shit set up. They not fucking with him no more. He banged hard for 10 years. They don't fuck with him no more. He like, well, nigga, this is what you gotta do. No, nigga, it's not. That's not the operation of law. You're not even. There is something called the right to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah, and that's what I got. That's what I'm trying to tell you. God
These niggas is man. Look. Like I told my lady
Boy,
last
they
night.
be
They have
shaking.
not.
Some of them be shaking when I come around.
Like I told my
Hey,
lady last
boy.
night, they're not WHIT people, WHITE people. They're WIGHT, right? Demons, my nigga. That's
God
what
damn
we
it.
dealing with.
You had to flip the whole word right up. God
Yeah,
damn.
man.
You ain't come with the RIGHT. You came with the WIG.
He came with the
Yeah.
hey, check
Look what
God
I'm
damn.
telling you,
We would
bro.
have never thought about that one, my nigga.
check this out, right? Because this is the one thing I want to talk about: tender and pleading. Remember, 27 CFR, right? So tender and pleading, right? Tender and pleading is a plea by defendant that he has been always ready to pay the debt demanded, and before the commencement of the action, tendered it to the plaintiff, and now brings it into court ready to be paid to him. Now, legal tender. Legal tender.
Hey, say that definition one more time.
All right. We
What
still in
was it?
we still in tender, right? We still in tender.
Yeah.
Definition. Black's Law 4. Tender in pleading is a plea by defendant. Now, I don't know if anybody ever heard when a judge says, "Did you tender that?" Right? When they put in the pleading, anything that it might be. Tender in pleading is a plea by defendant that he has been always ready to pay the debt demanded, and before the commencement of the action, tendered it to the plaintiff, and now brings it into court ready to be paid to him, etc. Brown. Now, legal tender is that kind of coined money or circulating medium which the law compels a creditor to accept in payment of his debt when tendered by the debtor in the right amount. Now, you have these two paragraphs. Now, are these separate or are these one and the same and can be utilized in that atmosphere in a pleading?
Right. So what you're saying is correct that silver, manitos, money, right, which comes from the word manitos, which means gold, silver, and precious metals are actual lawful money, but these niggas is playing the debt game, B.
Okay, but check it out though, Chief. I am in the second paragraph, legal tender, right? It says, or circulating medium, which the law compels a creditor to accept, right? So,
Well, that's HJR 192.
the key word in here is circulating medium. What is the medium of exchange or the medium of account? Now, this is where we get into the to this, the legalese or the semantics about what is considered to be that medium and what the law compels a creditor to accept, not what they will accept, the law accepts.
Okay, stay with
Can
the
you
medium, right?
enforce it though? That's my thing.
Right. So say right there. So the medium will be whatever the two parties or entities will have to agree. The medium, they have to agree that this is the currency exchange, whatever they agree, right, between the two entities.
No,
No,
it's what
according to 1933, the
the
medium
law
of
compels.
exchange is your signature,
It's what the law compels,
right? Your signature because there's no money.
right? So if
Well,
they're trying
that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying though, but that means that you are in agreement, and the person that you doing it is in agreement with it. So you're signing your signature as the medium as the agreement,
no, it's
right?
actually look, hold on real quick, Chief I am. No, it's
I love
actually
Mhm.
it's actually what the law compels, right? Remember, I showed you 42 USC 1994, right? What's
See,
the
that's
collect,
tricky when you say
right?
the law though, because there's so many different laws. I don't like that language. That's too
Okay,
vague.
but this is what it compels, right? The creditor.
Mhm.
If people are it's obligations, Article 3, all
Mhm.
these different types of things, right? Now, most of us do this like snap, snap. So when I snap it off, I'm just snapping it off. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Just take it as it is and just kind of try to deposit what you can. But under Article 3 of the UCC, right, what tender of payment is, bill of exchange, negotiable instruments. Then when you deal with HJR 192 and the fact that you have the executive order suspending Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2, which is actually the constitutional way to pay a debt. And at the same time, in that executive order, House Joint Resolution, the constitutor of government or the constitutor of all the things has been the United States. So that means they was liable for all debts, public and private. Now you look at your dollar bill or any type of that type of Federal Reserve note, it says that this is legal tender for all debts, public and private. But if you look at 18 USC subsection 8, 31 USC 5118, subsection A2 and subsection D with the gold clause, then you know with 12 USC 411 and 412,
Uh-huh.
right?
Hold on. Who
That's
signed
the
it?
law.
Hold on.
That is the law.
Hey,
Now,
son,
the
who signed
last
that?
thing that I'm going to say is this.
Hold
right?
on. Hey, son, don't go too far,
I
brother.
told you I was going to talk fast. But the
No,
last
no.
thing I'm going to say is this. Now,
No, I
compare.
want to know who signed that though, because you
Well,
remember you
but
said
hold on, under 18 USC Title 8, everything is obligations of the United States. Everything.
It's all joint resolution. All this stuff was enacted by Congress.
But,
So
so. Congress did it.
every
Wasn't no single individual. It was
under the
Congress.
circumstances, right? What the key
Okay.
thing that I said is compel. What the law compels the creditor to accept. Not me or you or anybody else. What the law compels them to accept. That tells you that they are regulated by that, not us.
but they not keeping the law, bro. These niggas are
Right.
Gentiles.
They're
We
not the
going
law.
back to the offer, right? We going back to the offer. The offer, acceptance, tender. We going back to that. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. So when your signature puts you up on all and saying you agree to all this verbiage, all this shit, you agree to it. When you sign your name on that shit, you agree to it. So how can you argue when you agree to it? That's go back to the tickets. Remember we were talking about the tickets some months back
Right.
about
But
do you have to by law sign it or you don't have to sign the ticket by
yeah,
law?
that's why I gave the example, right? If he makes me an offer, this is what we talk about offer.
Right.
It's an offer. If I know it's an offer, and then I ask them, do I have to sign this? They say no, but if you don't sign it, I'm taking you to jail. That's what? That's the threat, duress, and coercion. So I got to sign it. Now, under the circumstances, under all of that, I got under California Penal Code 118.1. That is a false report. I need to see all of that. Now,
Yeah, but
Oh,
how do
okay.
you
And then
enforce
that's when you
that?
go see the judge and you make your complaint. Okay, I
all
got
my
you.
exculpatory evidence that makes
But
me.
how do you enforce that?
I just did it.
No, you citing it. You holding court on the side of the street, telling that officer that you're only doing this under threat, duress, and coercion, and you use a restricted signature. If that nigga says no, I need a whole signature, or I'm taking your ass to jail, nigga.
No. You don't hold court on the street.
Right. That's yeah.
What you do is
What door is that?
but you did just hold court in the fact that you asked the question. The question is, do I have to sign it? And if he said no, but if you don't, I'm taking you to jail.
So you saying when the operations of law kick in, they're gonna automatically dismiss that upon review. The attorney general or the attorney of the county, once reviewing that tape, they're gonna say, this motherfucker correctly rebutted the assumption on the side of the road, therefore I don't have grounds to move forward? That's what you're saying that these unhonorable motherfuckers is doing every day?
Hold on, Nadi.
No.
Hold on, Nadi.
Let me
Hold on.
get in.
No,
Damn.
real quick. Nigga, Chief I Am is turned up, man. He lost a partner. I know why he turned up now. He lost a partner on this shit. So, you know, we've been through it. What I'm saying is this. Those things are done at a specific point in time, right? Now you know better. Under the circumstances, you do everything you can to go home. Now, at the end of the day, if you could be diplomatic in your place and communicating, right? And if you are positioned at a disadvantage, you got to figure out how to get out the lion's den. Daniel, right? This is where you ease your way out, right? So if you ease your way out, then you be able to do that because we know that this is all an offer for the simple fact that we are no longer involved. And I'm just using the proverbial we are no longer capable of handling our own affairs. And HJR 192 spells it out. If that's the case, then that means that they are liable for all debts, public and private. So when you go in there, this is where you sit there and you sit back and you say, "Hey, I'm not a combatant."
No, you don't. Aton, stop. Let me get in, Aton.
I'm not none of that. This is where you gotta go through it. I'm just talking, Nadi. I'm talking from another different perspective, right?
Bro, that ain't gonna work, Aton.
Man, that shit worked for me.
Because that you ain't really had no contestant. But if you had a
Man,
goddamn DA that's sitting over there like me, your ass gonna have to come more than just chat, bro.
man, look.
Let me get in. Just let
I'm
me
a
get
player,
in.
nigga.
Let
I'm
me
a
get
player.
in.
I'm
Allow
a
me to
player. That 5x5 don't work for me. I'm a player.
allow me to get in
I'm
so the
gonna work
people.
that shit, and I want them motherfuckers to do whatever they need to do, and I'm gonna get up out of there. But next thing you know, when I come show up,
Bruh.
whole different conversation.
Let me get in so that everyone can have a resolution or a remedy, not just off that side show. Because you know what you know. It's not evident for someone to go in and talk about 192. And that ain't gonna how are you gonna show these things? This is what I'm finna say. Let me say what I'm finna say.
Okay, wait a minute. You asked me a question. Hold on. Don't do that. You asked me a question. How am I gonna show these things?
Yes.
I'm not showing any of it.
I
I already know it, right? Because remember, that's copyright, right? That's they thing. But what I can do is I can ask specific questions to see if they're gonna withhold information and not fully disclose what they already know. Now that's involuntary servitude and peonage. That's the 13th Amendment, Shaq. Those are the things.
Bro, they don't fall under no
Yes,
constitution. You in
okay.
administrative
They don't
court, bro.
fall under
Listen,
the
listen, listen, listen,
Constitution. They
listen,
are
brother.
pirate.
Please listen, bro.
They don't fall under the
Please.
Constitution. They're
What's
pirate.
going on, bro? Why
But
we
they're
got
holding. Look,
why I can't get it
they're
out?
holding a position, Nadi, as
Damn,
if, right? That's
damn this shit.
1692E, right? That's Title 15 USC 1692E. And you're sitting over there, putting yourself out there under a certain type of badge as if you're representing something that you're not. So that means
Bro, that shit don't fly in
this
their
is Halloween
zone,
and
in
they
their
in the costume.
territory. What you're saying, it don't
And this is
apply.
Halloween and they in the costume.
It
That's what
doesn't apply. Listen, let me just get this
that
out,
mean.
bro.
They holding a gun.
Let me just get this out,
The
bro.
boy said
Like
it don't apply in that jurisdiction though.
I don't know why he's sitting there with that, trying to bring them under the
Please, God, let's
jurisdiction
speak to the
when they're
God,
not in that
man. Speak to the
jurisdiction.
God.
I'm just saying.
Hey,
Bliss
is
up,
that
bliss
Darvin?
up. Yeah,
The
that's
spook that's set
darkness.
by the Bible. What up with it? The spook that's set by the Bible. What up, Darvin?
Hey,
Man, peace to the
Hold
God,
on,
King.
bro.
What's good with you, man?
Salute.
Yeah, go ahead,
Get in
man.
there, man.
Listen, man. I'm gonna say peace to everybody right quick, man, because I ain't see y'all niggas in a minute, man. And every time I come in this motherfucking channel, man, I see the gathering of minds, dog. Peace to Aton.
Peace to you, man.
Chief I
Hey,
am.
you know I got to get these big
God.
head scientists up here, man. These big dudes up here. You know what I'm saying?
Not a pedia.
We gonna lock horns.
yes,
Peace to
sir.
the God, nigga.
You know I'm finna bust it down for it right quick if you let me get it out.
I'm on mute.
All right.
Listen,
So
man, we here looking for resolutions, man. Let's hear it.
all right.
Now,
Oh
not
man.
now,
Okay.
not now. You see right here, it says by deed or will. Remember, you was talking about intestate and so on and so forth, but this says by deed or will upon another, and then it actually mentions down here the person or persons, right? Nominate to select and nominate the person or persons who are to receive and enjoy an estate or an income therefrom or from a fund, and after the testator's death or the donee's death, or after the termination of an existing right or interest. Can you make that make sense for us, man? You was talking about this earlier.
Who are you talking to?
Nadi.
Oh. Yeah, it's the same thing. I know. It's the same thing what I said earlier about the interest. How they say it? Intestate. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay, so we have this power of appointment, right? You know, there's a power of appointment act, right? There's a
Mhm.
power of appointment act.
Mhm.
It's codified as well. So if we have this now, I know you always say that you got to be this and you got to be that, but it's already in place where there is things to enforce or express or invoke. It's right here.
Hey, I don't mean to keep cutting in, man. You know, I just had a thought, Aton. What would be super dope is if we did like role plays because niggas intestate estates, nigga, this is dead people,
I know.
right? So when you say that to a judge wearing a black robe, he's gonna be like, this is not probate court, sir.
Yeah,
This is criminal court. There's no fucking such thing as criminal court, but they created a quasi-criminal, right? We understand these things. But this is the level of fucking diabolical.
He gonna run a game. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, man, come on. He gonna be like, what do you mean estate?
What do
What
you
do you mean?
mean, bro?
Are you dead, sir? Are you dead?
Under my establishment, I can create a criminal court, bro.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's all based on jurisdictions.
Wait a minute. Nadi is responding. Nadi is
Yeah,
responding.
I can create. This the role play. The
Right now,
role play. Right now, I can create under my jurisdiction a criminal court. If you want to live in my jurisdiction, you're gonna go under this rulage.
No,
If you're
you're
gonna
absolutely right about that part, but it's still quasi, right? Because in order to have a criminal jurisdiction,
the whole
Yeah,
game
but
is
proving that in
quasi.
court is something different.
say that again.
The proving the quasi issue in court is gonna be the issue.
Completely
Being able
different.
to, if you can't prove that, my nigga, then we back to jurisdiction. That's
Bro,
that.
this is some Babylonian shit, bro. This is Babylon, B. The
That's
whore that
why.
said how many waters, bro.
That's why you got like over 72 different jurisdictions you can go and claim on the court to keep prolonging the process of the court. And if you do that, they eventually, I mean, after you use so many contestants in certain jurisdictions, you're gonna the court gonna give up because they losing too much money. They can't prosecute you because you're using too much jurisdictional challenges. So after about 2 years, they gonna run away.
Nigga said 2 years for a DWI.
No, this is if someone's incarcerated
Yeah,
and
but that
don't
should
have
take
the
a long
funds.
time now. Yeah, it take a minute.
Yeah, don't have the funds to catch out or don't have anyone outside looking for them to, bun them out. So if they spending time in jail for robbery or some drastic things, they can always keep contesting certain jurisdictions so they can prolong the case. After about 2 years, they're gonna throw that shit out because they done spent more money on the case than they needed to.
According to the Bible, they said the person who had issue with you is dead. You come back to the land. All law covered in the Bible. Chief, I am.
What's going on?
Peace to the God.
Yes, sir, man. It's that time, man. Prophet is popping, man. People got to wake up, man. Shout out to Aton again, man. This is super dope, bro.
You
I
ain't
love it.
lying, man. Peace to the God, man. This nigga put together a real bill. And I see a lot of time I see y'all going live, I get the notifications now. But I be having so much shit going on, I really can't focus on it. This ain't like a regular live now. You can do one thing and still be live. You gonna have to keep your you got thick cap on this live here, man. Word.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
thinking
yeah,
man's
yeah,
game. It's like chess, my nigga. And though
yeah.
there's all kind of ways to win. Once we realize and understand all the motherfucking angles, nigga, understand all different ways, my nigga, we can't be stopped.
Watch
Yeah.
it. Chief, I am.
Then all we gotta do is try to teach everybody else.
Yes, sir.
Let
But
me
peace to
show you.
Aton, my nigga. Set this shit up though. Real talk, my nigga.
Yes, I listen.
For now,
Let
brother.
me show you. Let me show you when you walk out your house with them fruit of balloons on, my boy. You're commercial property.
Yeah.
You're identified as commercial property. You're identified as their property. By you having the sewage and utilities running to your house, is considered commercial property.
And this is assumed until you prove otherwise. It's assumed that you
Yeah,
live.
it is a assumption, presumption law, presumption act. It's an act.
Yeah.
So you always under presumption until you send in notifications otherwise. That's the law. You ain't running from that because all things are commercial. They know this. So
Everything.
including you. They know you got on a pair of fruit balloon.
Unless you live it in the private.
Oh, so hold on. So you can have private fruit balloons on too? What we talking about?
Well, when
I'm
you
just trying to
identify
understand.
when you identify it in the private, none of that shit is even
None
seen.
of this apply.
Even though you still spent those same, you know, transactional funds to get that particular
So
item or
so so
product.
on paper, all right, check it. So on paper, once you get yourself in proper setting, on paper, when them fruit balloons purchased, them fruit balloons are purchased from the corp, the incorporated entity. It's not purchased from your credit card that you're identifying as and you don't have any control under. You see what I'm saying? When you go get that light bill, it's up under the corporate entity.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Shaquille Wilder Inc.
that's
You
a good
check?
one. I'm taking notes.
All
Huh?
right. When you
Huh?
go do this is what's on paper. Now that paper entity has fruit of balloons, but you living, which you already gave high testimony and declaration and notification to the powers that need to be informed, the officials, government, local, public, and federal notification. No, there's no excuse of who you are and how you're operating because you have nothing to do with your living. It's all in the corporate side. It's all identified under the corporate, which you don't control. You don't own. You just control.
Hmm.
All right,
And you
so
really don't quite control it. You
No,
more
I'm
like
saying once you
operate.
get one, yeah, right, operate it right. Well, that's what you're controlling in operation. So
all right.
you can
So
control it in the administrations.
all right. So I
Hey,
got up on the
Aton, pardon
thing.
me, man. My phone finna die. I gotta run down to my truck, grab my computer. I'll be right back. I'll call right back in on the computer.
All right, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what we got right here is endorse. So we signed in the ticket, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So that signing of that ticket is considered to be an endorsement. Would it not?
Yeah, it's already paid for.
All right, cool. So remember, we on Article 3, UCC, right? I remember
Yeah,
Title
right,
27 CFR, Section 7211, Commercial
right,
Crimes.
right.
All right, so endorse, write a name on the back of a paper or document.
Bills of exchange and promissory notes are endorsed by a party's writing his name on the back. Now, how I get that is saying that anything that I sign my name on that's offered to me is a bill of exchange or a promissory note.
Correct.
It says a bill of exchange and a promissory note. The or is not even in there. It says a
Correct.
bill of exchange and a promissory note.
Correct.
Now, are we writing it on the back or are we writing it on the front?
It's called the four corner
That's the
rule.
difference.
That four corner rule. Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it is no difference. It's a four corner rule.
You said
The
the four
difference.
corner rule.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the difference is when the judge sees it. If it's signed on the back, the judge understand that you understand what the fuck is going on, and it's a financial instrument, and you're signing as
Go ahead. Go ahead, Nani. Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you good. I hear you, Darvis.
Not about to dropped off.
Mic check. Okay. So now, under the circumstances, you sign your name to something. Nobody's telling you at that time, at that stop, right? At that stop. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have been in this situation on the stop. Any situation. It could be the extremist situation to the minimum situation of not wearing a seatbelt. But you've been stopped by an officer, a law enforcement officer. Now, all law enforcement officers are not bad. A lot of them are cool. They will negotiate. They will be cool about the situation. And some of them might not even know the nuances. You see what I'm saying? But if you endorse something, you're actually taking this offer as a bill of exchange. It's a promissory note, a bill of exchange to promise something. And I looked up the tender, produced a tender. I mean, there's a lot of things that we've been put that's been put in front of us that we don't know that's actually taking place at the time that it's taking place. This shit that be kind of this is the part that kind of pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? And this costs a lot of people their life. That's why I said, a lot of us, and what I'm hearing from Chief I Am, his passion is anger. Really, I hear a lot of anger. And that anger is based on the fact that, shoot, these circumstances have put us in a lot of different situations and a lot of our people that we love situations. Even if not, a lot of these people got football numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
A lot of people lost their houses. A lot of people lost their cars. A lot of people lost all the different things that people need just to live under this color rule act that we know now on the 27 CFR 7211 is commercial in nature. But a lot of these things these people are bringing to us aren't even commercial in nature. These things are something that's even outside the realm of 27 CFR 7211. If you look up the definition. And if they're bringing it in a commercial realm, that means they're tying us under these things. All the things that you see in 7211 are what they consider white collar crimes. Because one of the main things that they actually state in this thing, right? Where'd it go? 7211. White slavery. This is one of the things. Let me read it again. Any of the following types of crimes, federal or state, offenses against the revenue laws. Number one, burglary, counterfeiting, forgery, kidnapping, larceny, robbery, illegal sale or possession of deadly weapons, prostitution, including soliciting, procuring, pandering, white slaving, keeping house of ill fame, and like offenses, extortion, swindling, incompetence. Isn't that white collar shit?
Yeah.
Now, the last part of that paragraph says addiction to narcotic drugs and use of marijuana will be treated as if such were commercial crimes. But it doesn't say the sale of narcotic drugs and use and sell of marijuana.
Because it's not illegal to sell it. It's unlawful if you're in an area and you don't have a license to.
Okay,
If
so
you have a
that
license to,
means,
you can sell the motherfucker.
okay, so are you telling me the selling of that is not regulated in no type of federal state jurisdiction?
But they are in some places. That was it. It depends on where you at. You have a license to do it. Even the places where it's so-called lawful, you still have to have a license or a permit. But if you have that, then good. Moderna sell drugs, but they have a license to sell it.
Okay, so I'm looking at these. I read those things. Where does the sell of that? So the only thing it says is illegal sale or possession of deadly weapons. Are they saying that it's a deadly weapon? Because no, that's the only thing that talks about a sale. Is it pandering? That's what I'm saying. Is it
Yeah,
pandering?
but if it's commercial,
Is it
it's
against the
automatically
revenue
sale.
laws? Is it against the revenue laws? You making a profit and you ain't reporting it as a tax? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
They ain't got something to do with that too, because you know they want this.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But if it's commercial, my nigga, you dealing with, I mean,
Hey, J-Dub, you not backstage? You here? Are you here or you not here? Hold on. It says remove. I
Hey, who are you
see.
cooking, man? Nigga making sauerkraut. Who are making sauerkraut?
Okay, add the
Nigga
stage.
putting vinegar on shit.
All right, you up there now? Man, it said remove. I thought you was up there. Hey, man, my bad. Hey, yeah, my bad. Hey, J-Dub, I didn't know you was backstage. They had you up here like you was on stage. Hey, come off mute. Let the brother talk. I had him backstage. I didn't even know. This is my brother J-Dub, man. This guy right here is your farmer agriculture extraordinaire. Now, when I say this guy does it, did it, know it, I'm telling you, this guy know his shit.
peace to the God.
And he been through the wickets. We've been through the wickets together. We didn't fought, battled, argued, all kind of shit. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting this shit right. So he know his shit. It's a millionaire guy right here. So you got the floor, J-Dub. Get it off. You telling me your shit don't work? Come off mute, man. See, that's why you was in the back and you didn't know nothing. Mic check. I don't like silence. Come on now. All right. So in the meantime, while he get his shit right, because I can't unmute him.
Okay,
There
see,
you,
I
there
when I
you
hit
go.
this,
There you good. Now I
can you
unmuted
hear
you.
me?
Go ahead, bro. Now I can hear you.
What about now?
I can hear
Is
you.
it?
I can
Did
hear
I
you.
double it up?
Which one is it?
Yeah, it doubles. It doubles up, man. I don't know what's
No,
going on, man. It
I didn't
doubles
ask you
up.
to stay. So your first one is good. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the other one. I'm gonna drop the other one. Go ahead. You got the flow.
Okay, am I there?
You here. You here. You here.
It did the same thing to me again, man.
Yeah, you here. Which one is this? This your phone or is the
Damn,
laptop?
this is crazy. Okay,
Is this
am I
the
here?
phone or the laptop?
I'm here. Okay, gentlemen.
Can you hear me?
It's a long delay.
Yeah, just let him cook,
Just the
Anton, 'cause he got a
laptop.
delay. Yeah, he got it. Definitely
All
got
right,
to delay.
go ahead,
Sure.
Cook, bro. Go ahead. You got it.
It's the laptop. Yeah, I hear you, but it's such a delay, and then I hear myself. Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll just listen. My bad, because it's such a bad delay.
Okay, chime in on the other one.
So
Come
go
back on
ahead,
the
kill
line.
it. I'm my bad. I don't want to interrupt the flow. Y'all was cooking. Go ahead.
Hey, go ahead and come back up on the other device you got. Come back up on that one. And then I'll drop you from the other one. All right, so check it out.
Okay, I'll try my phone. Okay.
All right,
All
for
right.
sure. All right, so what I'm gonna do is, right, so
I'll
we
give it a
got
try
to
again.
endorse,
But go
right?
ahead.
So the endorse, this is why I say, like, now this is just my own speculation. I don't know it to be true or whatever, but what I'm saying is that the endorse is to do that, right? That's to do something, right? But endorsee, the person to whom a bill of exchange, promissory note, bill of lading, etc., is assigned by endorsement, right? Now, this is the thing where look, this is where I'm gonna get to this whole thing right here, right? Endorsement, the act of a payee, drawee, accommodation, endorser, or holder of a bill, note, check, or other negotiable instrument in writing his name upon the back of the same, with or without further qualifying words, whereby the property in the same is assigned and transferred to another. You can, that's an endorsee. Now let's go to an endorser. Right? All right, so this is on Article 3.2 as well, dealing with types of endorsement. You have a blank endorsement, conditional endorsement, full endorsement, irregular endorsement, proper, qualified, and then we get over here to a special endorsement. Okay, so a special endorsement in full, which specifically names the endorsee. Now, this is how I learned that you can actually occupy all three positions: the endorser, the actual surety, or the one in between,
Facts.
and the endorsee. You see what
But
I'm saying?
you got to be working under three different entities. You got to have the C corp, the S corp, and the goddamn trust.
Yeah.
The S corp is going to be the administrator for the trust, and the C corp is going to be the banking for the trust.
Yes,
How
but
it work.
no. Yes, but no. Now
That's how
here,
it work.
now here is the 12-6 curveball, Taz and Nadi. The 12-6 curveball is this. They already have put you into something that is considered to be the principle, which is that entity that was actually created through the system as it is. Then you also have somebody that is actually going to be the conduit, right? The connector from one side to the other, your left and your right. You have something in between that is going to be surety in that fact, because people are scared to be surety, but I'm not. But if you actually gather that in between, right? So that means you're working and assigning, right? The opportunity for the middleman to come in and do the business. That's the generating of energy. The beneficiary on the other side, which you consider that sets decay, is on the other side, the one that gets the benefit once everything gets liquidated out in the deal. That's why the endorser and endorsee. So it says who endorses, being the payer or the holder, writes his name on the back of a bill of exchange. Now let's go right back up to endorsing. The person to whom a bill of exchange, promising a bill of lading, is assigned by endorsement. Now, what we're going to do is come right back here to special endorsement, which says that endorsement in full, which specifically names the endorsee. So the endorser can actually name the endorsee, correct? Does it have to be who we say it is? Now, when you come back here, when you talk about blank endorsement, this is what we do. If you ever did an audit, And I say, if you guys got a couple dollars, you got a couple dollars, you got some money to spend. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. There's an echo. There's an echo. Somebody's got an echo. Hold on, you guys. There's an echo. There's an echo.
Is that me again?
Somebody's got an echo. Yeah, it is. Well, you over struggling, J-Dub. You over struggling. Hey, but look, that blank endorsement, right? This is what blank endorsement is. I say anybody got any money to invest, and you just get a account, your major account, really. And my thing is, if you got a car loan, a mortgage, spend a couple dollars. Get an audit. One made by the mere writing of the endorser's name on the back of the note or bill, without mention of the name of any person in whose favor the endorsement is made, but with the implied understanding that any lawful holder may fill in his own name above the endorsement if he so chooses. Now, let me read this again and see what you big head scientists can tell me what I'm reading, and if you can actually apply it to what we deal with today and how they're able to, I would say, the invasion of the body snatchers, putting their name. Okay, but anyway, never mind. But okay, so let me read this again. A blank endorsement is one made by the mere writing of the endorser's name, that be me, on the back of the note or bill, that is an application, without mention of the name of any person in whose favor the endorsement is made, but with the implied understanding, implied meaning an implied contracts, meaning it's a resulting contract or an assumed contract of anything that is going on at that time by my blank endorsement, with the implied understanding that any lawful holder, that be the other side, that issued that letter of credit that you filled out or the application, may fill in his own name, his own name, above the endorsement if he so chooses. If he so chooses. That's a blank endorsement. Now, I've done some auditing. Now, one of the main things that these auditors do in securitization and mortgages, the first thing they always say is that it was endorsed in blank. That's the first thing they say. Now, can we possibly see if we have any type of clarity on this? What do you guys get out of this? I know what I get out of it. What do you guys get out of this? What that's blank endorsement versus special endorsement. Now I'm gonna come back down here. You guys can see what this special endorsement means. An endorsement in full, which specifically names the endorsee, and we know exactly that the endorsee, the person to whom a bill of exchange, promissory note, bill of lading, etc., is assigned by endorsement. Anybody? Anybody?
Your name in the fucking print.
Say it again, Darvis.
Your name in print. You know, on the back of a say like a check or whatever, you can sign the back of a check, your name and cursor or whatever, or your signature. Right above there's a line, you can fill it out and print.
Okay, but but that's considered an endorsement, right?
Yeah, part of the endorsee though.
Okay, but
that was an endorsement.
But okay, so I'm the endorser, right? I'm the endorser because I signed it. But what about that blank endorsement versus special endorsement? If I endorse it in blank, that means I didn't give specific instruction, right? Based on the special endorsement that I've given instruction that is supposed to be issued or assigned to the endorsee, the one that I named.
Yeah, but I may have, like, say, as an endorsee, I may want to put that in a particular, in a trust or a particular place or whatever. Know what I mean?
Hey, bingo.
Yeah.
Say it doesn't say it has to be a specific person. It just says if it's not assigned to a specific person, we know what person means in the whole thing. But if it's not endorsed, it's not if it's not given a special endorsement and assigned to a person, it's blank. That means that if I hand over my signature, and I'm pretty sure you had a mortgage and you signed off and bought a house, if you endorse that and don't assign it to anybody, that means that when you hand over that original wet ink signature to the other side, you know what they can do? They can endorse it.
Yeah, apply to whatever.
And bingo, and do whatever they want with it. Okay, Doris. All right. I'm just saying. Just asking. I don't know. What's up, Taz? What's up, Dottie? What y'all think? Shaq? I'm throwing some heavy hitters out here. Just throwing some heavy things out here you guys can think about. Hitters out here.
You there?
Yeah, you better. I got some heavy things out here you guys can think about. Yeah, what's up? You there? You still echo. You better. I got some heavy things out here you guys can think about. Yeah, what's up? Hey, J-Dub, you still echoing, man. You must have the other you must have your other YouTube playing, your other thing playing, and it's echoing off each other. Yep.
Yeah, he gonna have to mute one.
Yeah.
Because if he listening to it through his laptop and trying to talk to his phone on his phone, he gonna have to mute one of them because it's definitely it's bleeding through, echoing through.
Yeah. Okay, Shaq. Give me your best. I know this kind of, you got good discernment, but give me your best opinion of what I'm reading. I mean, based on what you read or what I just read to you, what do you think about that? I mean, I know you bought a house or you signed an application or signed a contract or anything, whatever you've done. What do you think about that?
About the endorsement?
Yeah, just about that definition right there. And I'll be right back. I'm listening.
I don't know. I'm not too versed in that. I had to read that over and get more in depth with the endorsement. If I just leave it on a surface basis, like you said, I'm just leaving it as an agreement that you, like you said, you agreed to something. You know what I'm saying? You endorsed something, you agreed to it, but it could be deeper. I don't know. Anybody else got something to kick in on? I'm not too first on endorsement shit. But I'll wing it though. But that was going back to what I was saying with the signature, man. Um, when you sign it between the two, whatever you sign, whatever you endorse, and whatever the two parties are, the two entities are. You know what I'm saying? I think we have a lot of me too. I don't know a lot of this language and shit, bro. That's why it's so tricky when we enter these deals, these contracts, these applications, these, you know what I mean? These transactions, because that's pretty much what they are, transactions.
Right. So just
Yeah.
let's say it like this, Shaq.
Uh-huh.
Like under your normal way of life, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to go purchase a car, you want to purchase a house, you want to get a credit card, you want to get a loan from the bank or what a personal loan, whatever you're doing. You want to apply for, to fill out application to get your utilities turned on, whatever. What do you consider that process to be? Would you consider it to be commercial? Would you consider it to be an obligation, like you have to do it, or anything like that? I mean, how do you look at that intercourse between you and that other entity? We just say, even just if you need storage space, whatever, leasing, business. What do you consider that to be?
I would definitely have to say, like I said, commerce is a transaction. You know what I'm saying? It's a transaction, right? Because obviously money is being exchanged, a so-called a formal agreement, whether it's on, like you said, the application of paper or verbal, right? A
Right.
receipt of the said agreement. You know what I'm saying? You at least you should get that, a copy of that. But money is being changed between two entities. So wouldn't that be considered a transaction? Or how would you define that? This on, like you said, this on
Endorsement
the
mean in the transaction. Like
say it
say,
again.
I say you do some work for me, right?
Right.
And me, you got agreement. I mean, you go, do whatever the fuck, and I'm gonna go ahead and pay this goddamn bill for you, or whatever, and I'm gonna give you a couple dollars, right? So I write you a check for the couple dollars I told you I'm gonna give it to you. You know what I mean? The check I write on is the endorsement. You sign the back and make you the endorsee. Now, we talking about special endorsement. That, like, say this particular check right here is supposed to go towards your tuition. So you will fill out on the special endorsement what is directly for. You understand what I
Oh,
mean?
so you got to define with the
Yeah, because
yeah,
it
okay.
ain't wide open. I mean, it's supposed to be used for a particular thing.
Okay, so let's do that with the light bill then. Then how do you do that with the light bill, like he just said?
Say the government give you a motherfucking check to pay your goddamn light bill every month, or
Okay.
something on your light bill. You can use it for just paying light bill. You can't use it to buy grocery. You can't buy shoes with it. You know what I mean? And that particular exchange would be a special endorsement. Is go for some special reason, and not just wide open like a normal check would be.
Oh, so it has to be just like you said, described. It got to be defined. It can't just be left open. Just
Yeah,
now who has to define that? The endorsee has to define that. Who
or
defines that? The
the dorsal.
endorser
Yeah, the one who
defines
give
that.
it, who issue it. Yeah, person who fill out the front part. That's why it's on the back. Person on the front would be the her. He on the back. Or special to qualify what a special movement for.
Okay. Let me give you another scenario. Okay, say I go in a rent center, right? And I fill out the same application, blah blah blah, and they come back. Is that an endorsement with that situation too? How does that work?
An endorsement is like something that allow the exchange to go through, like say your signature. Or allowed to go through. You can sign your name, I mean, and you can take this check to the bank or to a rent center or whatever, I mean. But if it's special, I mean, it's for a particular thing. It's supposed to be for college tuition or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yep. Now we went through tender, Jack. We went into endorse, right? Now let's talk about deposit. Now this is a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying, Dari? Look, this is where a lot of people they get a little bit impatient with me because I make it sound too simple, right? But if, like you said, Hartfeld, J-Dub got special deposit. But if you look at the bottom, what the verb is, right? The verb is an action. We talk about tender, we talk about all these things. We're going to plug this in properly. Right? If you look at the bottom right here of this first one, which is the verb, it says to lodge for safekeeping or as a pledge to entrust to the care of another. Remember when I talked about court situation, right? Tender and pleading. Let's just deal with tender and pleading. Let's just deal with this whole situation, right? We already know there's a tender and pleading. So in pleading, that's court. So, but if I deposit that, right? They say, did you tender that, right? Tender works in unison with deposit. So if I deposit that and I lodge it for safekeeping or as a pledge to entrust to the care of another, there's my donor situation, the donee power of appointment that I mentioned. Now, the next definition, this is a noun. So when this is a thing, this is a person, place, or thing. A naked bailment of goods to be kept for the depositor without reward. What that means, well, let me finish it out. And to be returned when he shall require it. So that means without reward, that means that when I make a deposit or a naked bailment, right? That's a bailor-bailee relationship, right? That's banks and banking. If I deposit it without reward, that means that where the depository cannot use it for their own
Nothing else.
advantage.
Something like a safe deposit.
That's there you go. Now, and to be returned when he shall require it. Now, let's go here. Right? So it says a bailment of goods, and we're going to go through all this. The bailment of goods to be kept by the bailee, as I mentioned, without reward and delivered accordingly to the object or purposes or the purpose of the original trust. Uh-oh. Where trust come in? Now, the next paragraph says, in general, an act by which a person receives the property of another, binding himself to preserve it and return it in kind. Whew, that's power of that. Hey, you got to listen to what it's saying. It's binding them.
Yeah, because you're a trustee then.
Here we go. Now, the next paragraph says the delivery of chattels or chattels by one person to another to keep for the use of the bailor. Remember the bailee up top. The giving of the possession of personal property by one person to another with his consent to keep for the use and benefit of the first or of a third person. Now, that third person is what? That's the beneficiary, right?
The beneficiary. Now, I say you a trustee.
There you go. Something entrusted to the care of another, even for a permanent or temporary disposition. Also, this is big. Also, money lodged with a person as an earnest or security for the performance of some contract to be forfeited if the depositor fails in his undertaking. It may be part payment, and to that extent may constitute the purchaser, the actual owner of the estate.
Yeah.
Now that's bankruptcy talk right there. That's bankruptcy talk.
Not really bankruptcy talk. It's just contractual talk.
Okay, so that's
I say, listen, man, Aton, shit, right now I'm fucked up. I need you to build this motherfucking this place for my kids. I want you to make sure all this shit done properly. And you make this offer doing it.
Uh-huh.
As long as it's done properly, the way we describe it, based on contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with that. Yeah, I'm with that. That works. That works for me. That works for me. Now, most of the times, like when we talk about J-Dub, we focus on special deposits. But as you see what a deposit is, the special deposit is something that, you know, in these days of time have to be expressed because a deposit is a deposit. And it should show the definition. Now, a
deposit qualified, that's it.
That's it. So a depositor, one who makes a deposit, in banking law, that I'm just showing you guys this because this is what you are considered a depositor. In banking
Hey,
law,
listen, you think I ain't mean to cut you off? It's on. Well,
yeah,
I just got up. My dictionary, my banking dictionary just came in today, too, nigga.
mm,
Word. From the last time I built with y'all niggas, I had to go get me 2 motherfucking new dictionaries, nigga. Word, nigga. Hey, listen, hand me 2 dictionaries right there. Above that, right there, we say I'm west of the source. The base books. Go the other way toward the air conditioner. Right there. Hand me 2 books right there. Nigga, I just got these shit in today from the last time I built with you, nigga.
hey man,
Dictionary of finance and investment terms, nigga.
yeah, cats ain't,
Dictionary of banking terms.
yeah, cats think this is a joke. Say
This
no
shit
joke.
is not. Listen, dog. You gotta understand what language you dealing with when you dealing with any correspondence, nigga. Any of them. Word.
This ain't no joke.
That was so crazy 'cause I just got them bitch in today, nigga. Speak to you, my God.
Yes, sir. All right, so okay, so
Damn, I missed all of that.
in banking law, real quick, now let me get it. In banking law, one who delivers and leaves money with a bank on his order or subject to check. Depository, the place where a deposit is placed and kept. Sometimes also a depositary, one with whom something is deposited. United States depositories, banks selected and designated to receive deposits of the public funds of the United States. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Donnie. Where we at? How long we been up here, man? Oh, it's 4:56. Okay.
Man, I've been here about 45 minutes, man. 40 minutes, man.
All right. So look, 5:30, we out. I'm at 4:56, 5:30. So that means we got about 40 minutes. Yep, 45 minutes.
So, who's the fiduciary of your?
I got the Nadi, I got the, yeah, I went ahead and did the little thing with the, the whole thing with the, what is this thing called? StreamYard. Yeah, I got the whole thing. So this ain't limiting me right now. So we good. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you could rock out now.
Yeah, I could rock out for right now. I'm gonna see how it play out.
Oh, okay. Shit, be all nighter on the weekend.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll hit you up.
Not a video. Where you been at?
Huh?
What happened? You was talking and you dropped, my nigga.
Oh, I had jumped in the shower all fresh.
Okay.
I was trying to hear you guys through the water there.
Yep. It's on you. Go ahead.
Who's the acting fiduciary of this? You been
Whoever we appoint on the Power of Appointment Act.
who
Whoever
you
we appoint.
appoint? Who you appointing? Then what deposit you put in what bank?
I know these are rhetorical questions. Go ahead.
The Treasury Department? Nah,
Yeah,
you
go
ain't put no
ahead.
money in. You ain't put nothing.
Go ahead. Yeah, I ain't falling for it. Go ahead, man. The floor is yours. Everybody mute up.
That's not a period now.
Everybody mute up. Let this nigga get it. He try to draw us in the motherfucking goddamn
Yeah.
quicksand.
Don't gaslight it. Don't
That nigga's a
gaslight
wizard,
it.
man.
I
I'm
ain't falling for it.
gaslighting for you. But yeah, on the real though, we got to, we be going far and far and far away, but we do need to start at step one. Make sure
Well,
everyone we dealing
this
with,
is the main thing that I like to do. Send people
yeah,
all the way out and
you're
bring them all the way
you're
back. Wait a
precise.
minute, you're going too fast. You're going too far. Man, I don't
You're
understand.
precise. You're precise with your
Mondays.
codification knowledge, man. Um, but your misdirection is knowing who it's applying to.
You got it. I'm
And
on mute, and I'm about to grab me something to drink. Go ahead.
yeah, We can't identify under these things if we're not set up in these um, systematic functions. Um, yes, you can actively active the three entities, but you need to put in place of the first, and I keep implementing this. Then you can go in and start functioning the other ones, and then these certain rules is attributed to your um, 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 argument when you're dealing with the Treasury Department or when you're dealing with the, like for instance, like I brought up Form 56 and go in with the 1099-C. This is a format where you don't have to do any words and you're already letting them know, yo, Treasury Department, you're my fiduciary over the account that you're saying that all things are paid for under House Resolution 192. But these individuals over here is acting out of their fiduciary duties and trying to supersede their authority. You might need to get them in place because here's identification of what they're trying to.
And you the goddamn trustee.
Yeah, go ahead, Douglas. I ain't gonna hold up the combo.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to qualify what you're saying, gang. Because you gotta make sure they understand that their position. I mean, and these people doing whatever the fuck they're doing, and you as basically the trustee, you supposed to be over that. So all will fall back on you. But somebody gonna have to be that. And whoever is that, man, they gotta absorb all responsibilities.
Yep, not some, all. What happened to Chief I am and the other guy, DJ? What's his name?
She think you about to come on the goddamn his laptop, man. My phone like on 2%. My shit about to cut off any minute now, man.
Mine too. Mine too.
If my shit cut off before then, man, I'm gonna say peace to the gods, man. For another powerful bill, man, with a lot of powerful minds, man. Nigga, real talk.
Yeah, in
Got something going on
conversation.
right now, Aton. Boy, keep the boat on the water, my nigga.
It's good conversation. He bringing up good points.
Shit we need to
Have
know, my nigga.
decent,
The
yeah,
shit we need
decent
to know that
dialogue.
gonna really gonna bring resolution.
Hey, J Dub,
I thought this
come up
was
on the
56
panel.
more.
Hey, J Dub, just come up on the panel,
Oh man.
and then when you want to talk, everybody got to mute up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
But
I don't
let me
need to
let me
pay
let me,
more.
let me show y'all this shit, right? Let me show y'all this shit. This shit is fun. Knee.
Oh,
Hey, how often do you? Oh,
Why? Hold on, real quick. Yeah, I gotta hear this shit. Yeah, I'll tell you, this shit ain't funny. This some funny ass shit. Hey, go ahead, mute up, y'all. Mute up.
Secretary Mullen's beautiful family, including his wife, Christy, thank you, his sons, Jim and Jace and Andrew, and daughters, Lara, Ivy, Lynette, and other members of the Mullen family. It's a beautiful family. You would know this guy. He's our big top wrestling guy. I won't wrestle him for anything. An all-American wrestler, huh? Good, you have good genetics in that family. Proud of you. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman Jason Smith, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, and many other friends that are gathered with us. It's great group of people. For 13 years, Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row. So they like me there. Second.
Now we know for a fact that Oklahoma was for what? Indians. And we're just gonna keep this. Everybody mute up. Just check this out.
Was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56. That's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. But he was there in Congress as a member of the House and then as an outstanding United States Senator. And he really has been outstanding. He's been a close and vital partner in helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again.
Listen closely to what he says.
The only Native American. I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh, look who we have. How are you? It's been a long time. Must be something big happening, huh? You all set? Including his wife, Christy. Thank you. Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row. So they like me there. Second was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56. That's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. But he was there in Congress as a member of the House and then as an outstanding United States Senator. And he really has been outstanding. He's been a close and vital partner in helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again and make America great again. And he's a tremendous player. He worked with Tom Holman, worked with all of our people. Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row. So they like me there. Second was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56. That's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. American patriot, to put it mildly. He's a good one. Hello, everybody. Oh, look who we have. How are you? It's been a long time. Must be something big happening, huh? You all set? Well, thank you very much. It's a great day for me because I have a lot of confidence in this gentleman.
Hey, look. I was on mute. God damn it. I was on mute. Listen. You got to listen to what this guy's saying. Listen closely. Now, this guy is considered to be a Native American. Now, this guy's in Oklahoma. All right, so let's go.
And we're thrilled to swear in our new Secretary of Homeland Security, great American patriot, to put it mildly, Mark Wayne Mullen. And I want to just say, Mark Wayne, congratulations. Great. You deserve it. You're a great man. Let me also thank Secretary Mullen's beautiful family, including his wife, Christy. Thank you. His sons, Jim and Jace and Andrew, and daughters, Lara, Ivy, Lynette.
You actually going to be watching like diplomacy at its finest, chess playing at its finest. Can't move me.
And other members of the Mullen family. It's a beautiful family. You would know this guy. He's our big top wrestling guy. I won't wrestle him for anything. An all-American wrestler, huh? Good. You have good genetics in that family. Proud of you. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman Jason Smith, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, and many other friends that are gathered with us. It's great group of people. For 13 years, Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row. So they like me there. Second was Ronald.
Now, on the circumstances, if anybody knows Oklahoma, okay, you know Oklahoma. All right, do your research on Oklahoma. And you got people like this, their towns, it's like 2,000 people up in there, 2,000, 3,000. How are they considered to be the majority in Oklahoma? Okay. Okay.
Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56. It's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right?
77 out of 77. Well, I tell you, better pay attention. Now, watch his body language, what you talking about. Watch his body language. Now, look over to the right. Look at them. Their hands are together. Their faces are looking a certain type of way. They're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. When you get brought to the altar,
Just say, Mark Wayne, congratulations. Great. You deserve it. You're a great man. Let me also thank Secretary.
Look how tight he is. Let me give you a 101 education in body language. No words being said. Mute your ears. Look at the bodies. Look at him and look at his wife. They are uncomfortable. This is offer you can't refuse. Yeah, him. Bring him on over. Now, watch Trump the whole time. He's so comfortable. He don't know what's going on. He playing dumb as a bag of rocks. Playing dumb.
Mullen's beautiful family, including his wife, Christy. Thank you. His sons, Jim.
Thank you. This thing's stupid.
And Jace and Andrew. And daughters, Lara, Ivy, Lynette, and other members of the Mullen family. It's a beautiful family. You would know this guy. He's our big top wrestling guy. I won't wrestle him for anything. An all-American wrestler, huh? Good. You have good genetics in that family. Proud of you. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman Jason Smith, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, and many other friends that are gathered with us. It's great group of people. For 13 years, Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row. So they like me there. Second was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56. That's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. But he was there in Congress as a member of the House and then as an outstanding United States Senator. And he really has been outstanding. He's been a close and vital partner in helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again and make America great again. And he's a tremendous player. He worked with Tom Homan, worked with all of our people on the right, and many more. And everything he's done has been good. I say everything he touched, he's turned to gold. Now, but even in business, he was successful in all fairness. And he was successful. And he said, I want to go into politics. I hope you're happy. But as the only Native American, I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. Well, I think that's all right. It's my favorite guy, huh? And suffered bad injury and come back stronger than ever, I think. So good to have you, man. Right? I've no doubt that as he takes the helm, undefeated during his player, he worked with Tom Homan, worked with all of our people on the right, and many more. And everything he's done has been good. I say everything he touched, he's turned to gold. Now, but even in business, he was successful in all fairness. And he was successful. And he said, I want to go into politics. I hope you're happy. But as the only Native American, I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. Well, I think that's all right. He's he's got great quality, I can tell you. He's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American. Three. Well, you're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne has also been a fantastic advocate for our cherished tribal communities. He's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know equality, I can tell you. It's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American? Three. Well, you're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne has also been a fantastic advocate
Yo, but you muted?
Yeah, I was muted.
You was talking?
Yeah, I
Bro,
was
you
talking.
been muted all the time. I'm thinking, I thought my shit
No, but
stopped.
did you hear the whole thing right? I want that to sink in. I was
No, you
actually,
keep stopping. It keeps stopping.
yeah, I had got a phone call.
Okay.
Yeah. So under the circumstances, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. You actually looking at somebody, right?
Uh-huh.
Trump is playing a cold game right now. He knows that this guy is a native. He playing as if he don't know. See how he's reading like he don't know? Maybe
Right.
he don't know. But he's like, oh, I didn't know you was a native. I already know. He said, oh, that makes it even more better. They brought me to you. Okay, so under the circumstances, you look at this whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the body language of this guy over here to the right. He's actually saying, like, in his body language, I could take your whole head off right now if I could. You see, when you got your hands together like that, and then you see his wife's hands together like that,
Mm-hmm.
that means that you're trying to relax. You want to relax right there. When you got your hands together, you want to relax because what you really want to do is you want to punch on somebody. I'm trying to keep myself together. But if you actually see his arms, he got the elbows out and his shoulders up. I mean, he's at attention, like his energy is up right there. But he's looking at him because he know that he's a liar. If you're native, you're not indigenous. That means that you are occupying the place, but you're a Native American. But if you see the whole play of what he was doing, I'm just saying, body language. Talk about body language. My bad, y'all. I had a phone call. For our cherished tribal communities, he's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quick quality, I can tell you. It's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American? I think three, Shaq. I think. You see, he went to his tippy toes on that. I think three.
Exactly. Now, but who is this dude? I'm trying to get. I can't get a good look at his face.
This guy is a senator in Oklahoma. Now we know
Okay.
Oklahoma is what? That's Indian. That was Indian territory before it became Oklahoma or anything else. That was Indian territory. Period. Now, them people that we know, that I know, my bloodline go back 4 generations in Oklahoma. So I already know what they look like. You're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne is. Look at him, Shaq. Look at this guy. This guy is pissed. He's seething. That nigga turning pink. Turning pink as that tie that Trump got on right now. He's looking down. He ain't really showing his wife. But you actually look at them at this point in time, boy, they are seething. Also been a fantastic advocate for our cherished tribal communities. He's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I didn't know all these things. And when he looked forward, he said, I didn't know all these things. He's telling people, I didn't know that. If I'd have knew that, he wouldn't be here right now. Watch how long this dude lasts. Now, at the end of the day, look at all that gold behind you. And look who he has behind him. Ronald Reagan. You got Ronald Reagan.
Well, you know, not to cut, he been quoting a lot of, if you notice, Trump is pretty much taking the role of Ronald Reagan because he been quoting a lot of Ronald Reagan. Even the Make America Great Again, that's Ronald Reagan's slogan. That ain't his.
That's
You know what I
right.
mean?
That's
So,
right.
so how we decode that?
Well, how we decode that is that was the last place you talking about 1984.
Mhm.
There was a lot of opportunities that they were trying to take in order to bring America back to the republic. But there
Okay.
was a lot of opportunities that stopped it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I was saying, like, when they got at Ronald Reagan and they hit him, you know what I'm saying? After that, you know what I'm saying? Bush Sr. took over. Bush Sr. ran the second administration that Ronald Reagan was elected in. He controlled that. You know, because at that point in time, shit, Ronald Reagan was like in his late 70s, so on and so forth. Yeah, he was in the late 70s. And I don't know if you knew, but Ronald Reagan was the governor of California. You know, after his acting career, they put him up in there. Yep. Real talk. But yeah, let's get man, body language is something else, man. Let's get back. Let's get back to it.
I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quicker decision. Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quicker decision. Prior to his career in public service, Mark Wayne had a very successful career in business, leaving school at age.
Look at him. He's looking down. When he's looking down, he's looking down. Look at her looking down. This is my own bullshit, but
20. After his father got sick, taking over his family business and turning it into a multi-million-dollar success story. A successful guy. Mark Wayne is also a career at.
I'm not going to interrupt anymore. I'm not going to interrupt, but this shit right here be something else.
Quality, I can tell you. It's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American? I think three. Three. Well, you're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne has also been a fantastic advocate for our cherished tribal communities. He's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quicker decision. Prior to his career in public service, Mark Wayne had a very successful career in business, leaving school at age 20. After his father got sick, taking over his family business and turning it into a multi-million-dollar success story. He's a very successful guy. Mark Wayne is also a career as an MMA fighter. That's why I looked at his ears and I said, I'm not going to fight with him. You can tell a lot about a person by their ears, right? During which he went totally undefeated. He was undefeated during his career, and he's been inducted into the Oklahoma Wrestling Hall of Fame. And the family is made of fantastic wrestlers, especially that guy right there. That's my favorite guy, huh? And suffered bad injury and come back stronger than ever, I think. So good to have you, man. Right? I have no doubt that as he takes the helm of DHS, Mark Wayne will fight for Homeland Security, the United States, and securing the country and making it really strong and the way it should be. Our country's come a long way in the last year. We set it up so beautifully, and then we had 4 years of horror. We had 4 years of disgusting horror, open borders, and things that nobody would even think of. You wouldn't even think of. 25 million people poured into our country, and we've gotten a lot of them out, but we have a lot more to go. 11,888 murderers came into our country. People came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs, gang members, drug dealers, people from mental institutions, insane asylums. That's the mental institution times 2. And what they allowed to happen to our country can never be allowed to happen again, and it won't with Mark.
yeah, that was it. That's what I want to. That's what I want to look at right there.
All right,
So-
man. Salute, man. Keep on doing your thing, man. I'll try to tap in, man. Catch the lives when I can catch them. You know what I'm
All
saying? All right,
Oh, yeah.
salute. Peace to everybody in the chat when came and showed up, man.
All right, now be easy.
All right, peace.
All right, Nadia, I'm gonna go ahead and just drop you off. We're gonna get this in and be done with it. Let's get it.
Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sobbing living, I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready, great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it. Clutch, baby, infinite.
Now, Copper Draco said, I ain't Ice-T. I can teach you something more than law and order. You stupid, Draco. But that was good. That was cool. That was creative. All right, so this last one I'm going to throw up in there. You know what we're about to do at the end? And as soon as it's over, the live stop. So appreciate y'all coming up in there. Yeah, Draco. That was a good one. Boy, that's creative. We're going to get this in. As soon as this is over, live stop. So, hey, peace. Hey, none of your business. I always like that energy you bringing up here, sister. Real warrior. All right, let's go.
You don't know what you're doing. Yeah, I can get your land paid. Yeah, I can discharge your debt. You gotta live by 5 principles before we just connect. Cause you could pose as my friend and then really be the threat. Like Brutus Lee Jr. to the dudes that killed Malcolm X. Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out of my pocket, nigga! Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out! Brother, please. Y'all think getting remedies important. We make your lawyers lose their indemnity insurance. King Chameleon, private. I don't wanna be popular. Grandpapa, hunk papa, mama black mafia. Yeah, we them big owners holding rank. You call Rocket lawyer, I call the owner of the bank. He in the private at the temple, like Ginobili in the paint. And we got 3 militaries. We might be rolling in some tanks. While you balancing with a check gross, going to work for debt notes. Overtime all your life paying mortgages, then you left broke. Damn. Shout out to Mayweather, who's obviously woke. He settled $18 million with a promissory note. I'm not your corporation's chattel. This world gotta be a joke. Blind leading the blind, so we never gonna see.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Everybody fake woke while the president is asleep. So I introvert myself cause it's evident to me. No one saves us but us. Buddha said it in BC. No title deeds and just reference the evidence to me. Man, you don't own it, you a tenant and it says it on your deed. You said with a sign but didn't take the time to even read. There's gotta be an idiocracy. They call you crazy as Kanye just for thinking logically. 2 million nationals backing us to stop who ain't stopping me. For instance, when Columbus came over here, they admitted Native Americans was already there. But if our kids take a test on who discovered land we on, and you say Native Americans, you get the question wrong. Don't lie to us, you ain't just a colonist. Can't hide the truth. We got all the proof from the anthropologists. We know the system now, it's time to get up out of it. But it's our fault, cause we fought so hard to be a part of it.
I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
All people trying to burn us, out and selling services with disclaimers, saying that it ain't for legal purposes. No cash, broke ass, internet burglars with temporary schemes and a lot of fraudulent dreams. Yeah, we got our own embassy, we got our own consulate, foreign administrations, and 3 armies on top of it. We live by 5 principles, but we'll die for this. Freedom back to the people, protect them from the apocalypse. I took that title that they gave me and I clouded it. That's what you say, says the Cuban. I got a bond with this. My way of thinking pissed the military off. I ain't with their way of thinking, wrong the military law. We coming peaceful outside the mosque and the cathedral, and will resort to violence. I gotta protect my people. They call us ghetto, they call us thugs. The only God they worship, guns, oil, and drugs. I'm on the block, Martin Luther King was shot, holding a gun that killed Kennedy, trying to find a remedy. You can't cancel me nor censor me with chancery and sensory, God-like energy to infinity. My actions are my testament. I got a lot of questioning. How Ben Frank was on 100 but was never president. You broke, you go to jail. You got money, you get right out. They lock you up for drugs, but they got coke in the White House.